Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. It is the fourth month here. It is the MTGO Creator Showdown, and we are so thrilled to be able to bring this one to you. This is the format right now in Magic, in my opinion anyway. It is Modern this month, and I'm joined by Jerry Thompson. I'm Nathan Zamora. Jerry, you have to be one of the top names when it comes to Magic, but also when it comes to Modern right now. I am so excited to bring this to you. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great, especially because, like you mentioned, we get to watch Modern, and that is probably my favorite Magic format right now.
Why is it your favorite format right now?
I think no matter what type of player you are, what type of deck you enjoy playing, there is something for you in Modern. It might not be a tier 1 deck necessarily, but you can at least build something that is competitive, and I love that.
Wow, that is a pretty broad depth of decks that you're talking about there. That is literally every single archetype in Magic, and with the 32-year history, there's a lot of different archetypes I think that could take place with this one. With that, though, let's go ahead and take a look at the tournament and exactly what we're playing today, how it breaks down, and what we're going to be doing. For this one, it is going to be 6 rounds. It's going to be Swiss, and from there, we're going to have players be taking their prize based on their record going from there, which this is a big change that happened in it. In the past, this was a double elimination tournament with a 4-2 prizing at the end. You no longer have that. If you go 0-2 and you start to work your way up after a 4-0 streak, you're going to find yourself with a prize. So take a look at that one as we come up to it. With that, though, it's just best of 3 matches. It's going to be Swiss seeding from there. It's going to be what we've typically thought about in the past. So as we look towards prizing now, how that's going to break down, this is where it checks out a little bit differently than in your typical Swiss tournament, where it's not just a top 8 cut and then we play from there. The prizing is going to be a bit different. Of course, if you manage to go 6-0, that is the top prize that you were looking at. It's $1,250. Second place with that 5-1 record. You're looking at that now with the $600 in there. The runner-up is going to be with that 6-0 record, of course. They're playing off if there's 2 of them. From there, though, there's that 4-2 record. Prior to this, it was double elimination. So what that meant is you needed to be 4-0, or you needed to be 3-1, and then put up the record to be at that 4-2. That's no longer the case. 0-2 with a 4-0 streak, that's still going to get you that 500 play points, 50 treasure chests, and a full digital set. That's going to be working from there. So that's how the tournament's going to be working, but this was the format that we've been talking about now. I mentioned that Magic has a 32-year history. Jerry's been talking about how this is the event now with Modern. You can build anything you want, but with that, Jerry, we asked you to pick your top cards in this one. You get 3 picks to define what you think are the top cards in Modern right now. What did you pick? And let's take a look at that.
First one, definitely Guide of Souls. Boros is the most popular deck, and I think, depending on who you ask, is going to be what a lot of players answer as the best deck in the format. And basically just does everything that you would want. Gives you energy, gives you a little bit of extra pressure and everything. Second card is Sowing Mycospawn. There are a lot of different Eldrazi decks in this tournament, but they are all taking advantage of this card. Trying to accelerate their mana, disrupt their opponent a little bit, and it is very noticeable that this is a thing that creates multiple triggers, so it's not a thing that is easily answered by a single counterspell. And then the last card could probably be Corey Steelcutter, if we're being honest, but this is a favorite of mine from the new Tarkir set, Narset Jeskai Waymaster, where it does go in a lot of the same decks as Corey Steelcutter, but does a lot of very powerful, explosive things, allowing you to see multiple cards turn over turn. And I think that that sort of thing, combined with a lot of the 0 mana cards in Modern, is very, very powerful.
A lot of the 0 mana cards in Modern. There are so many of them, I feel like, at this point. But they're all doing exactly what fits with Narset there as well. The fact that you have the Mox Amber that really comes into it, and the fact that you have Mox Opal that can really come into it, the fact that you have a new Mox Jesper. If you could manage to find a way to put dragons in there, I don't really know how that would work right now.
There's
just so many of them. Oh, you're shaking your head right now. What did you look at?
Yeah, I looked. I mean, there are some changelings. You know, there's Slumbering Dragon. There are some cheap options out there. They're not great on their own, though, unfortunately. But instead of playing Jasper, what you do is you play the card Repeal, which you can use if one of your Moxes is active. Bounce your own Mox, draw another card, up your storm count a little bit, draw even more cards with Narset. It's beautiful.
I think you're onto something there. Now, what I think and what is actually happening, those are typically 2 very different things if you have checked anything I've ever said in the history of mankind. But with that, we can take a look at Jerry's top cards and now put them versus the most played cards that are out there. And you talked about with Guide to Souls and how it fit into Boros Energy. My gosh, I mean, this is Boros Energy surrounding it. But Consigned to Memory, this is really a card that stood out to me. When I saw that it was the most played card out of all the decks that we have today, it wasn't really a surprise, but it was kind of a jarring look to it where I was like, really, Consigned to Memory? You talked about the Mycospawn and how it fits into these Eldrazi decks and how it's like the core feature of it, but also just the fact that it's Eldrazi. They're all colorless cards. It fits in there. We're looking at triggers that come in from the second part of Consigned to Memory and how that can fit in and really affect things. Is this a strength of the Eldrazi decks, the fact that players have to be splashing this card into their deck, or is this actually a weakness of it because now you have less cards that help deal with Boros Energy?
A little bit of both, honestly, because game one, because you have things like Sowing Mycospawn or Emrakul the Promised End, these things that create very difficult to answer triggers, it means that your opponent probably won't have a ton of interaction for you in the first game. After sideboarding, a lot of people do tend to splash for Consigned to Memory, and they're probably going to have a lot of them, and you have to figure out a way around that. But you look at all the other top played cards, those are all creatures. Those are all in the Boros deck. It's just a deck that is playing a bunch of cards that are very easily answerable by things that people want to play in their main decks, and that is not the case with Eldrazi.
I mean, my goodness, the fact that it's all Boros Energy surrounding it right now, it lets you know where the tech is lying right now. It is get some stuff on the board, it is start to pressure your opponent, and let the engine of how Boros Energy works really take over from there. The fact that Flage's Titan of Fire's Fury, this card being the complete opposite of what we saw with the Simic Overlords take over when we had the original Eldraine cards come into play. This is doing the complete opposite of that. Instead of giving you an advantage, it's just simply pressuring your opponent. And that, to me, feels like such a core feature of how these Boros Energy decks are working. They run out of gas. This card doesn't let you do that. You don't need to be bringing in a lot of graveyard hate for Boros Energy. That can often just be a dead card that's kind of sitting around there. I really love how the Boros Energy deck works, but my gosh, does it feel very straightforward in its gameplay. It's get some pressure and keep going from there. As we look at the most played decks, this is going to be a bigger breakdown, I think, of what's going on here, because Boros Energy being such a powerful deck and taking over doesn't really, I think, check out the same way as it does, because as you mentioned, you can play pretty much any archetype you want. I mean, when I look at the most played decks here, we're looking at a card from each of these decks and how it kind of defines it. This is a much broader depth of cards that's coming into play and showing you what's happening here.
Yeah, obviously you see Guide of Souls representing the Boros Energy decks, and that is certainly an important part of this tournament. I believe there are 12 players playing Boros total. Ooh. That's a sizable portion of the field. And then it drops off pretty steadily from there and pretty flat numbers-wise in terms of second most played deck, third and fourth are all tied with 4 copies each. Philia, Exuberant Shepherd representing the Orzhov mid-range decks. Those are still around. Oddly, a little bit more popular before the banning of Underworld Breach. And it seems like after that card got banned, people were like, what do I do? And the answer for a lot of folks was just play Boros. But Orzhov is still there. It's still around. May even come back into the forefront. We'll see. So also tied for second, Is It Prowess and Jeskai Narset. Pretty different takes, both utilizing Corey Steelcutter and Mishra's Bauble. The Prowess decks doing more fair stuff, but also have a quicker clock, trying to play things like Monastery Swissbeard, Dragon's Rage Channeler, and just get you dead as soon as possible. And the Narset decks are using Narset alongside Mox Opal, Mox Amber, Tamio, Emery, that sort of stuff.
Just feels like there's so much different stuff going on here. Like I feel almost feeling lost when I try to follow along with everything that's happening here.
Yeah, kind of the only thing that's missing is ramp, right? But that's where Sowing Mycospawn comes in. And there are 3 copies of Mono Green Tron, but there are also a bunch of different versions of various Eldrazi ramp decks. So if you bucket all those together, you could maybe say that those are like the second most popular.
And that's what I was looking at too, is just how many different variations of Eldrazi really come into play here. It's tough to say that they're all the same because so many of them do different things, but they all have the same idea in mind, which is just get a bunch of ramp and then have a big payoff. Is that a fair way, do you think, to assign that deck strategy?
It is, yeah. I think they mostly differ in how they are trying to not die. The Tron decks, for the most part, are doing things like maybe playing some disruptive pieces like Chalice of the Void, Trinisphere, things of that nature. And then the ramp decks using Utopia Sprawl will typically use something like Kozilek's Return to buy some time. So it is just whatever thing you feel matches up better in the metagame.
I think that's really a good way to put it, too, as we move along from that. So with that now, we've taken a look at all the decks that are here. We've taken a look at the top cards. We've taken a look at what Jerry's going to be picking as the top cards for this. But now, this is the time for it. We haven't done this in the past, but we're doing it here today. We have to pick a player that we're going to be following along with and that we hope is going to outdo the other player. So, Jerry, it's going to be my pick versus yours. Now, for this one, you linked me the article from Titan, as I had mentioned it really quickly, and that was a colossal article that got written into there. It's by Patrick, who's going by Deft Jad in terms of the tournament name online, but you can find it with Dom Harvey online if you search for it, for the Amulet Titan deck. It's in here. It's the only Amulet Titan player that's in the tournament right now. And when you're writing an article or a document that it gets updated throughout years of play history, I feel like that's got to be a player I pick, because Titan Amulet feels like such a difficult strategy to play because it has so much depth to it and so many different ways to kill in this one. I'm picking Patrick for my horse in this event. Jerry, who are you picking?
I'm picking Mattia Rizzi, which was kind of funny because that was who you wanted to pick also, but I got there first. Mattia, I've known for a very long time, and I decided to pick him before I knew what deck he was playing. I want to say that. And Mattia plays generally a lot of blue decks, but also things that tend to be among the best decks. So I expected him to be playing, maybe like a frog deck, maybe an Is It Prowess deck or something. But no, he's playing Boros Energy, which I'm a little disappointed in him, but he's here to win, apparently. So I can't fault him for that. But he and I go way back, and one of my Pro Tour top 8s is actually responsible to him. Like, I asked him before the tournament, I was like, Mattia, what should I play? You're smart. I trust you. And he said, Mardu Pyromancer. I said, I'm in.
I remember this event, actually. I remember watching you play. You played against David Williams in a feature match in that one, right?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, that was a lovely matchup to watch. I remember he kept asking to read your cards because they were all in a non-English language. So
they were all Japanese, yeah.
Yeah, that was a lovely one to take a look at. So that's what we have now coming for that one. But before we get into the matchup, which is starting very shortly now, we have one more thing that we want to mention to you right now, and it is the Mox Showcase that's going to be coming up in this one. And that is taking place tomorrow, 2025 Season 1, the Champion Showcase that's going to be happening tomorrow, Sunday, at 9 a.m. Pacific time. You're going to want to make sure you check it out. Twitch.tv/Magic Online and over on YouTube as well at Official Magic Online. We're going to be posting highlights as well on those from TikTok to YouTube. It's going to be every single where that you want to find right now. At Official Magic Online is where you're going to find those. And at twitch.tv/Magic Online, it's going to be streaming live. So do not miss it. Tomorrow, Sunday at 9 a.m. Pacific. So now, it's time to get into our match of this one. Intro for match number 1. This is our first match of the day, but the players have played 2 rounds at this point. So we're jumping into their third round as we come into this one. And I'm really excited about this because you talked about with the depth of Modern and how much you can do with cards dating back to 2003, that's not really much of a surprise that you can do a ton with this one. So with that now, we can take a look at our first matchup that we have here. It's going to be Young Dingo versus Triosk in this one. So when we take a look at the decks that are going to be here and what they're playing and how we break it down, this is really what it's all about now. Modern is pick your strategy, but now it's also pick your kind of matchups that you want to target for this one. So I'm really excited to see as we're coming into this one, because now with Young Dingo and with Triosk here, we're going to be jumping straight into game with this one. Young Dingo is going to be playing on Blue-Black Oculus, and Kethis is going to be on the other side of this for Triosk. And this is kind of a weird one here because Kethis feels like kind of a new deck to the format right now.
Yeah, it's kind of something new, kind of something old. I think a lot of players, again, when Underworld Breach got banned, were like, well, what do I do? We still have this Moxable card to play with. And Kethis is kind of one of the obvious choices, an oldie but a goodie, you know?
So when you look at it, what are you thinking that this matchup is like? With Young Dingo playing Oculus in this one, I feel like he's got to get the pressure going, because without that, it's going to be taken over on the other side of the matchup. With Dingo has to be able to pressure something right now, or otherwise it's just not going to work correctly. Excuse me, the hands are mixed up at the moment right now. Those are going to be backwards. We're going to get that fixed. My apologies for that one. We're going to have that resolved as quickly as we can with this. So with that now, Dingo feels like that he is now the one with the inevitability factor into this one. If Triosk can't get the pressure going for this, it feels like it all kind of just falls. I don't know if the hands are mixed up or not, dude. Too. Yes, now I gotta take a look at this one. I don't know what's going on. We're gonna get this fixed.
It looks good now, I think. Well, Trios, the pictures are flipped too, but yeah, Trios is up top. Yeah, Kethis is just a combo deck. Like, they can, in theory, kill you with damage or some other way, but realistically, they have to do the Kethis-y type thing, which involves playing a bunch of cards out of their graveyard, eventually milling you out with Jace the Perfected Mind. It would take a very bad draw or a very heavy mulligan in order for them to just attack you to death with like Kethis and Emery and stuff.
Oh yeah.
So I think that is all Trieste is trying to, or all Dingo's trying to do, is buy time and try to assemble the combo pieces, maybe do a little self-milling to help get himself there. But it is basically on Trieste to end the game as soon as possible.
And that what I feel like is what's such an important factor of Grinding Station being in here, the fact that it couples so well with Tamiyo and starting to enable that graveyard pickup. Because like you said, just getting your graveyard full is really a way to do it. I mean, you have multiple ways to, like, say, reanimate your Kethis on here. We're looking at the Soul Cauldron, Agatha's Soul Cauldron, the fact that this card was added into just the game in general, plus the fact that Unearth is sitting in Modern. Like, this feels like so much cheap way to be able to get this active that you really do have to not only have pressure, but sometimes ways to actually deal with these cheap utility cards they're able to put out.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, all of those are graveyard related things. And because of the presence of Eldrazi and the consignment memories in everyone's sideboards, it's like, how much room do you actually have for graveyard hate at this point? We see a few graveyard decks in this tournament likely looking to capitalize on that. And I think Dingo's definitely one of them with the Soul Cauldrons. I think that's going to be a big deal.
Corey Steelcutter, though, you mentioned this right at the start and how this was really, technically one of your top picks in this one, but you went with Narset instead. Corey Steelcutter feels like such a game changer of a card. We used to go with just Monastery Swift Spear. Then we followed it up with some kind of 2-drop that was really efficient with it. Corey Steelcutter feels like it's doing all of these things constantly throughout the game. It almost feels like a Planeswalker at this point.
Yeah, kind of. It being an artifact, too, just means that it's a very difficult to interact with card type. So it does create a little bit of pressure. It's a little bit slower than Monastery Swift Spear, which is maybe its one downfall, but the fact that it's so resilient and it just keeps creating pressure turn after turn is huge. Also, the equipment gives trample, which is another huge part of the card.
I feel like it shouldn't give trample, but it does make a lot of sense. Like, if you're able to do this much with one card, yeah, sure, tack trample onto it as well. It's like Embercleave.
More or less, yeah. It's probably overly generous. I don't think it necessarily needs it, but it's also kind of weird because the card is fairly complicated. I played a bunch of games live where folks are like trying to get the hang of what the card actually does, and then it's like, oh yeah, also it has trample.
Yeah. That is like honestly reminiscent of Umezawa Jite when it was first introduced, and you kind of started to play against it with just counters after counters after counters. Like, wait, this is killing my dragons? Like, but you just have a 1/1 in play. How does this keep happening every single turn? And the answer is
a lot of text.
It's an artifact that you can't handle.
Yep, a lot of text, 2-mana artifacts, and similarly is impacting formats all the way back to Legacy.
What a card. I'm glad to see it's red. That's my color there.
I like the fact that it's red, but it just means that a lot of these decks are now splashing red for the Steelcutter.
You better be.
It's worth it.
Pair of Urza Sagas here. Stacking them up now.
It's interesting. Not a lot of action in Triosk Sand, but there's no real need to make a token off of this Saga in upkeep when you also have a Saga around on 2.
It feels like it's going on here. Oh, it's also important to note the Grinding Station, sometimes activating off your opponent's artifacts. That can also be a big deal. You have a ton of tokens in play from, say, Tamiyo, then your opponent starts spamming some artifacts into play. Maybe you have some action there. There's Ascendancy drawn. Needs the mana first, though.
Ascendancy is super interesting. It is basically the split in these archetypes. You either play Ascendancy as your main focus or the Narsets, And I think more players are coming around to Narsets, but still playing some amount of Ascendancies just on top of that for more action.
Crypt coming down. This is so many zero-cost artifacts. Feels like all these little utility cards that got made just year after year. They used to not be there. Suddenly they're there. Dingo's going to say, back it up. We're going to game 2.
Fun thing about Repeal, up in that storm count for Narset, also does it for Prowess.
It is very good. That is such a good effect when you tack into it. The fact that you now have not only the 0 mana utilities, but also a 1 mana to untap it and draw a card. I have played way worse cards that cost a lot more to have a similar effect to untap. When you're tacking on draw a card to that and you're cutting a mana off of it, like what the heck? How are you supposed to not play a deck like this when you have it available to you? Like when I see that first game right there, I'm like, this is doing everything I want to do in Magic.
And just imagine if we get to see Trios later against an opponent where you don't necessarily have to kill them immediately, and you just get to do that turn over turn with Narset and draw more cards. Way more fun. But hey, sometimes your opponent's starting to kill you. You just have to kill them with the prowess tokens. That's fun too.
Have you ever played a game like that in an actual competitive event where you're like, let me just toy with them for a bit?
Yeah. I don't recommend it. It can go poorly, but
I was just about to say this as well.
It's fun. I want to get my money's worth signing up for a tournament.
That's exactly how I felt the first time I could draw 10 cards in a turn. I was like, there's no way I'm winning this game right now. I have to let
they
this
concede,
keep going.
and you're like, no, where are you going?
Stop! I just started. That's one of the reasons I play Magic right there. So with that though, that is like I think a really good glimpse into the big change where Breach gets banned, but the deck isn't necessarily dead. It's a little bit slower, it's a little bit tougher, and doesn't have the same kind of gas to it. Breach let you do things that you wouldn't normally do. It wasn't just a way to end the game. Breach let you reuse graveyard stuff. It let you filter into doing that. The fact that Grinding Station could be there with a 0 mana artifact and you just kept the Breach going just with that until you hit your combo was a really big deal. You can't do that anymore. It requires a lot of different setup, and it requires you to have much more precision. You can't just reuse 1 and 2 mana spells to clear out boards anymore. That to me is the biggest change about it, and it's going to force you to really think about how you're molding your deck when you want to get into a point like that. It's no longer the same way that Breach was.
It does, for sure, but on the bright side, you also have the new card, Corey Steelcutter, which gives you that backup plan, which is maybe, honestly, kind of your main plan now at this point.
It does kind of feel that way, too. We've talked about the importance of this card and how much impact it made. That was the reason that game ended in game number 1. If you look at it from the other side, imagine there was a Corey Steelcutter on that side. Now you can kind of match that pressure, but the problem is the defense doesn't work out the same. Having prowess on all these different tokens, it really forces you into a different kind of game plan where the player who's attacking has so much more advantage because the tokens on your side are simply being chumped off. They're not trading off. And so that really is a big point to me. As we take a look at game number 2 now, this is post-sideboard that we're jumping into it. And we're a little bit into it right now, but that is a portable hole I see under Trios' side that's taken out an early Tameo, and that's a big deal right there.
It is definitely a huge deal. Portable hole, card that you mostly play just because you need artifacts to enable Mox Opal, but also just happens to be a very versatile removal spell in this format where there are, again, things like Corey Steelcutter, kind of difficult for normal decks to deal with if they're just playing things like Galvanic Discharge or what have you. And Portable Hole hits a wide variety of things.
Flame of Van Or coming in as well. That feels like one of those cards I always want to play a ton of copies of and just can't ever justify affording it.
It is tough. It's a little clunky. Obviously, if you live that long, you manage to cast it, slow your opponent down. That should maybe give you enough time to play the second one. You're really cooking then, but a lot of the problem with these Mox Opal decks is a lot of their payoffs are 3 mana as well. And even in the Breach world, you had things like Stock Up that Flame of Venora was competing with, and now you have Narset and Jeskai Ascendancy, and it's like, how many of these 3 mana cards can I really fit into my deck?
Well, that depends. I mean, I want to fit them all in the deck.
I think your deck's going to be a little clunky. I think your prowess is going to be a little light. You might regret it.
That sounds like magic for me. With that, though, I mean, Portable Hole being able to pick off the Tamiyo just incidentally, I feel like is really what's putting Dingo down at the moment. Kethis gets drawn. It's not a card you need immediately. Oh, my.
Yeah, I mean,
I feel like this is big advantage over to Triosk's side right now.
It is certainly. I mean, Dingo has Mox Amber and Mox Opal, both of which could have used that Tamiyo, like you said. Grinding Station also would have appreciated having a bunch of clues in play. And without that, and also looks like mulliganing on the play, in a pretty rough spot now.
We spending the mana, or are we keeping it open? Uh-oh.
Looks like your card's getting cast.
Yeah. I mean, if you're playing the Flame right now, if you're spending 3 mana right now, you better be picking off Grinding Station. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, it seems like the priority, and pretty noteworthy that Trios could have just simply used the Portable Hole to take out the Grinding Station, but because he has another 3 in his hand, it's like you got to get one of these 3s out of here. Hopefully next turn you'll be able to play 2 spells.
Yeah, you need to spend or things are going to go bad.
Yeah, gets the draw 2, which then transforms the Tamiyo, and then next turn can pick up the Flame again if he wants.
Let's see where this is going. Opal. Amber coming down. It's going to be Emery.
Kind of an awkward spot. Dingo having all of this colorless mana and can't play the Kethis as a result.
Golly. We're so close to the Opal. If that Grinding Station was still here.
Yeah, I mean, the Saga is going to make at least one construct and then go fetch another artifact, so Kethis will be live next turn, potentially.
Feels like this could boil down to Ascendancy at this point.
Triosk has the Tormod script. That's just been chilling there, so that certainly helps. Ascendancy could really use either the Corey Steelcutter making some prowess tokens or an Emery to actually do the combo-y thing. But on its own, this is a fine way to filter through cards.
Second Portable here. Picking off another little Mox at this point. I feel like this has got to be a little bit tough for Dingo at this point because just every single angle of the engine continues to get pushed.
Yeah, it might be kind of a rough matchup. I don't know. It seems like they're both doing functionally fairly similar things. They're both Mox Opal, Urza Saga decks that are leading to a combo with a 3-color card. But Trios is able to play more interaction and the things like Corey Steelcutter to just provide this backup plan, whereas Dingo's deck is basically all just ways to set up his own combo.
Yeah, it's a very all-in feeling strategy.
So Saga goes up to 3. Dingo has to choose whether or not he actually wants to make a token here.
Is there another plan? With the Tormod's Crypt, it's like you're shackled at this point. If we're not making a token, I mean, that's a mana that's added right now.
It does force your opponent to use the Crypt, though.
It's a good point. There's the Crypt being activated literally right now.
Oh, okay. So this is heads up on the part of both players, where Dingo is threatening to get a Pithing Needle, perhaps, to shut off the Tormod's Crypt.
Yeah. You need to have that done right away, too. Pithing Needle isn't a triggered effect. If Pithing Needle enters play, you effectively won't have a Tormod's Crypt at that point. So you have to respond simply to the trigger. You can't let it resolve and then choose to use your Tormod's Crypt afterwards. That's a big heads up.
Yeah, and then that gives Dingo the opportunity now, like, does he need to get the Pithing Needle? Can he get something else? Is there something else relevant here for this situation?
Oh, that's going to bring back... Oh, because now, oh, goodness. There's a lot going on here. This is a really big deal.
Yeah, Haywire Might enables Mox Opal. That gives Dingo the 3rd artifact. Opal casts the Portable Hole, takes out the Transform Tamio. Construct is now a 4/4 and rumbling in. Not bad.
Plus, you have the Exiles on it as well. Use that, get back. Mox Amber, get back your Tamio if you really need it. Repeal gets drawn.
Could also potentially just save the Haywire Might, use it defensively for a spot like this.
Take out Corey Steelcutter. He's gonna wait as one of Jerry's top picks, the Monk token, is gonna enter play right now. Another Steelcutter.
We saw last game, those monks are very powerful.
Wow, Dingo's just calling it. He says, you don't have anything, I'm blocking. I'm going to be honest, I think I would have taken 2.
Knowing the deck list, I don't know, because the Amber's not online.
Oh, that's right. This is open.
Yeah, so I don't know if there's anything that Trios could have reasonably even had there.
That's a good point.
So again, Kethis can be cast this turn. That potentially opens it up to removal, but it is a much bigger body as well.
It's 3 mana versus 2 as well. I think
Yeah,
you got to get something.
Gives you an opportunity to double spell next turn, or maybe play Rona and sacrifice a clue.
Getting close, though. So now, Dingo at this point, notice that choosing not to block. That's going to open up Flage instead to pick off that Kethis if it's there. Not just the one from hand. We're looking at Graveyard as well.
Yeah, I guess
choice.
with the Flage in the Graveyard, it was kind of face up, but Trios didn't have the land.
It's Jace that gets drawn. It's going to take forever. It's more of the finishing point.
Well, this is kind of nice. You can use this to draw
good.
some cards, shrink the monk a little bit, or just mill yourself, try and go for the win.
Wait, is this an end? Oh my gosh. That's going to end it, right?
I think it depends on what Dingo hits. I do see some Mox Ambers. That might just be good enough. So you activate Kethis once, you get to play everything.
Oh my. I'm pretty sure this ends it. Like you have to have
toughness
some
on
really
Kethis.
bad hits to make this not work.
Oh yeah, there's an Opal there too. The Rona gives Dingo blue mana, so now he can simply just replay Moxes and replay the Jace.
Wow. Wow. So this was quite a setup then, just to get the Kethis out. And it was just like you mentioned too. You just need to spend the 3 mana, so that way you can successively spend more mana. This was a back-to-back setup here from Dingo. Very vulnerable, but what could Trios do at this point? It was completely spent.
Yeah, the 4 toughness was huge, and I mean Kethis is invulnerable to things like Portable Hole and Flage. You know, like not every single removal spell that in Trios' deck kills it. So
that is crazy. When in doubt, mill your way out.
yeah, Jace off the top certainly pretty nice. Is a nice just enabler for filling your graveyard too. If you do run into something like Tormod's Script, the one-shot graveyard hate is fine. It's okay. It's slowing your opponent down, but what Kethis really doesn't want to play against is something permanent. Leyline of the Void, Rest in Peace, anything along those lines.
I cannot tell you the number of times that Rest in Peace has defeated me.
It's probably happened to me a lot too. I think I've just blanked those out of my memory.
Yeah, this is totally GG. Treehouse is going to make him play through it. Why wouldn't you? This is the Reed Duke style, and I agree.
Yeah, I don't think that there's anything that could cause Dingo to lose here necessarily.
I mean, it would strictly take a misclick, I think, at this point.
So he's milled all his cards. He has Kethist. And should just be able to play enough Moxen, make enough mana, replay Jace enough times.
What a card that Kethis is. Discounting legendary cards. Exile 2 of them from your graveyard. And then you get to play the legendary cards from your graveyard for the rest of the turn. It's giving you the discount and it's giving you the cards in the graveyard. Like, how much more could you ask for from a card?
Yeah, I feel like if they made that card today, it might be like exile a legendary card to play a card. not just, oh yeah, just Yawgmoth's Will your entire graveyard. That's fine.
Also forces your opponent to buy you a cheeseburger.
Sure, why not?
Mill yourself to mill your opponent. Takes one more of these. Then you're good to go.
It's kind of nice, too. Trios going through this means that Dingo gets to see how Trios sideboarded as well.
Oh, yeah, you get to investigate the list. Does that change from on the play and on the draw, though? I've noticed the more experience I've gained in Magic, the more often I do that.
Yeah, I think it matters more when you're looking at what type of interaction you have available to you. But like I mentioned with Dingo's deck, there's not a ton there. It is mostly just trying to set up his own combo. But I guess because Dingo kind of had to mill himself out first in order to have enough fuel for
That's what Treehouse
everything going on. Yeah, Treehouse also gets to see.
Because it's not just what cards are in your opponent's sideboard, it's how your opponent sideboards. That's also a big difference for it.
Yeah, oh, they took all these out. I guess I don't have to worry about that thing anymore.
More metagame that comes into it. Like, this is almost exactly what I was alluding to at the start of this as well with the consigned to memory. And you really pointed out this factor to me as well, is there's only so many cards you can put in your sideboard. So if you start cutting little bits of interaction, you start cutting graveyard hate, you start cutting something that can shut down your opponent's just general cards. Like, you don't have as many silver bullets when you're putting all of those cards into just a strong utility card that catches a lot of things that are in the format right now. That's suddenly metagame that's way open.
Right. Yeah, it's huge. I mean, especially with these decks having Urza Saga, they might feel comfortable with just, well, I have these sagas and I can tutor up this Tormod script potentially. Maybe that's all I need, right? And as we saw there, it's good, not quite good enough.
Yeah. Also, just the idea that you could consign to memory that if you're just desperate enough. You're like, honestly, I can't afford the time on this. And I feel like that versus a deck that's going to run Corey Steelcutter versus a deck that's also going to run Flasion there, being able to have like a backup silver bullet could be a big deal. Like, maybe you bring in like one of them just to have a way out of the situation. I feel like that happens a lot more in an open deck list format than it does in a closed deck list format, bringing in different utility counters that can affect your opponent's game plan.
It can. I mean, especially in a situation like this where you know that in order to win the game, you're going to have to show your opponent your entire deck. It's like you bring in one cheeky consign to memory, and it's like, okay, well, now I show it to you. I know I'm going to show it to you. Maybe now you have to play around it.
The difference is, the Magic metagame is something that just, I feel like, is what makes it the game it is that there's just the little changes that go back and forth, and suddenly you look up, 5 tournaments later, everything has changed from what it was the prior 5 weeks.
I love it. I love that aspect about Magic so much, and tuning like the same deck from week to week is my favorite thing.
I can't wait to see it happening here, because again, both players sat through this Jace the Perfected Mind milling out the decks alongside the Kethis to see what was going on here. I imagine part of Triosk, if he's letting this happen, he's looking over this deck list to take note of what was taken out and what was brought in the same way on the other side as well. Because we can take a look at it now with the Narset that you had mentioned. Narset, I feel like, is one of the reasons that you play this as well. Corey Steelcutter, obviously, that's the card that, you know, sits there and does the work. But Narset is the way that you fuel the Steelcutter. Without Narset here, you really don't have the Steelcutter either.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, Tamiyo and Emery are both okay engines on their own, and the Ascendancy as well, but certainly without Narset, maybe after like 2 or 3 turns, your prowesses are a little bit lacking.
We're kicking it off. It's turn 2 now. Treehouse look like on the mulligan here. Does manage to get a Corey Steelcutter with the token.
And the Saga too, which can start, well, maybe start making a token next turn.
That Worm's Chant. Sitting in hand right now. Target player can't play spells for the rest of the turn. That's a big shutdown for a turn. We've talked a lot about how it's temporary on Treosk's side. The reason that this temporary low-cost utility interaction is able to even be played is because you have so much pressure to go alongside of it. Without the pressure, these single-turn shutdowns, they're not going to work.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can chant to buy a turn, but you got to have something to either win the game outright or answer what your opponent is doing. And I think Treosk has enough of both of those angles to maybe be able to leverage that.
I feel like this was the most surprising card for me to see played as a 4-of everywhere.
Malevolent Rumble?
Yes. I knew it was
Have
good,
you
but
never
like,
Satyr Wayfindered?
It's just everywhere. Look, I played Mulch way back in the day, okay? But the fact that this card is just like everywhere, I was like, this will be in some decks. It's in so many decks. Like, this was the enabler of the format for me.
Mulch gives you all the lands, though, right?
Yes.
So it could be like a draw 2 or draw 3 if you're playing some weirdo deck. So, you know, it's not like Rumble is strictly better or anything, but...
some weirdo deck. That perfectly describes my entire history of the game. If I'm not playing mono red, it's a weirdo deck.
Well, if you played Mulch with Scroll Rack or no?
I don't think I've played Scroll Rack yet in a tournament, no.
Oh, it doesn't have to be in a tournament.
Oh, okay. Well, then I've played everything, yeah. Treosk is about to have a little bit of a pop-off here, too. Steelcutter, Repeal. 2 more Moxes to go along with it.
Yeah, might be saving this Amber for next turn to ideally be able to trigger the Steelcutter again, but we'll see. Does have the Bauble he could potentially cash in.
That's what the Surveil was for. You got 3 artifacts to activate the Amber, so this is tokens that get to come as well. You have the Orm's Chant for the backup if you need it. Otherwise, you're getting a token. And Saga tokens are big when you're playing a lot of zero-cost artifacts, let me tell you what.
Yeah, this Narset deck is kind of a weirdo in that it is the deck where I have felt like I need to keep my Mishra's Baubles around for the longest because there are things like Saga or just Mox Opal and needing Metalcraft. And it's like, I kind of want this card, but this is just better in play as a 0-mana thing.
It's a bootleg Mox.
It's like a third of a Mox, you know? It's pretty good.
Pithing Needle. Let's see if Treosk wants to respond to this one. Important to note that with Pithing Needle, it's the as it comes into play. You have to respond to Pithing Needle before it enters, or otherwise it gets its shut down right away if it wants it. Also, won't stop any triggered effects as well, so you can't shut down like a Corey Steelcutter with a Pithing Needle.
Correct. You can try. Many folks have tried, but it does not work.
You can't equip it with 2 mana anymore. For certain, you can't do that.
Yeah, now Dingo has the choice of preemptively naming Tormod's Crypt potentially, or stopping Treosk from making another Saga, but...
Treosk, I think, has just got this one almost completely on lockdown at this point.
You know what's good against combo decks generally is Clock plus Disruption.
Ooh. It's going to be Besagier who tries to stop the Urza Saga from there. Maybe catch Treosk, who's not paying too much attention with Pithing Needle. If so, Besagier will stop the next token, will stop the next search. But I think this is just full advantage Treosk, who is going to be all out on the offensive at this point. Second Steelcutter is going to come down. You got the mana, you got the backup, you got the pressure. This is just, there's no stopping him.
Yeah, Dingo can chump block whichever ends up being the largest token without trample, but is that enough? Noteworthy too that I
you
guess
don't even
Trios
have to
could just
stay
orange
alive.
chant. Yeah, so this is blocking
what?
in a way that he would live, but Trios can just orange chant.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's gonna do it. So Dingo gonna take a loss here, sitting at 1 and 2 now. Kethis, I think, is a good deck, but pretty much facing the deck, I think, that is probably going to pressure you the absolute most. And it's because the game plan has every different angle with it. I feel like against Boros Energy, maybe you buy a little bit more time against that, and you're facing a little bit less disruption. But against what this is right now, it's just a complete takeover strategy where you have too many different angles you have to face.
Yeah, I think so. Like, Kethis is cool, but ultimately, maybe the deck just needs to mulligan into some of those more explosive starts. Like, your deck has 4 Mox Amber, 4 Mox Opal, and you have the capability of playing like Tamio and Emery on turn 1 or whatever. And maybe that's what the deck is supposed to be doing.
Kind of interesting to see. We'll have to see if we get more matchups with it that are going on, but we're looking at a single Kethis deck, I think it was, that was being played in the event right now. So keep your eyes there. You know, sometimes you just don't get the right hands with it. That's just part of Magic with it. That's why we have more tournaments than just one. We're going to a break, and when we come back, we're going to have our second match of the day. Players going into their 4th round. Our second broadcast match is what we're going to have, though. So stay tuned. We got plenty more Magic for you today.
Definitely seeing a lot of names that I recognize too. Trying to remember exactly who was playing what deck, and I know that Ginger was on Boros, Yellow Hat playing Living End. Those were maybe some not surprising choices in Ginger's case, but Yellow Hat always bringing the spice. Do appreciate that. And tends to be, yeah, at the very least, going to have a variety of sideboard cards. Yeah, I mean, you get to the Hall of Fame for a reason, I think. Oh, he does have a 4 of in his sideboard, Foundation Breaker. All right. Little disappointed.
We're looking at Eldrazi for a lot of the stuff that's going on there. Apologies for that. I was muted, apparently. We're looking at Eldrazi that's coming into play at the top of the standings. And again, really not much of a surprise. There is a lot of different Eldrazi decks that are here, but they're all taking their own little slice of the strategy when it comes into it. There's so many different ways to make it work that I feel like that's a part of it as well. Lucas sitting up at the top as well with Boros Energy. That's a big deck that you're talking about. You're talking about Misplaced Ginger, also playing Boros Energy in this one. And I feel like that's really a deck that you're going to be seeing sit at the top of a lot of the strategies right now, just simply because it's so powerful and there's so many players bringing it. When there's this many here, how could it not be having some players at the top of the standings?
Yeah, you might look at a deck like that and just be like, oh, it's just a pile of creatures. It's got to be so easy to beat. And I do kind of agree, but then it keeps winning. So what are we talking about? You know, maybe it's not that easy, actually.
I don't think it is. I think that the more I have become experienced at games, the number one thing that I have learned is that pressure is a way to defeat your opponent. So if they're constantly under pressure, what that means is you're constantly winning games. It's really not that much of a surprise. Players like to look at these strategies. They go, oh, it's so easy to play. It's just a deck that does its own thing. But that's never the case. Your mulligans are important. The order of operations is important. Little tiny moments in the game are important. It's not only just the macro strategy when you choose to play this, but also the micro part of it. There are times when not playing creatures is a better idea. But the problem with that is finding when that is the time. That's the hard part about the game and what makes these decks so in particular. Why is it that the best players are winning more? It's because they're playing it better.
Typically, yes. It did take me a while to realize that maybe I should be attacking my opponents. Maybe I should be trying to win the game rather than stopping my opponent from winning the game, because it's a lot easier. And especially with Boros having a lot of very powerful cards in MH3, it went from, nothing. It did not exist. The thought of playing Boros in Modern was probably laughable into now being the best deck, the most popular deck.
Yeah, I feel like that's a big part of it too. So Jerry, as we take a look at the players that we have picked against each other that have the better records as well, both of our choices are sitting at 2-1 right now, and that's something I'm really excited about, because that means every single round they have the exact same record is a round that they have a chance to play against each other.
It's possible.
I'm waiting for it to happen. Mattia Rizzi is your choice for it. Playing Boros Energy with that one, you said that you were a little bit disappointed. That does not surprise me at all with Rizzi. I feel like he's going to come into every single event trying to win as hard as possible, no matter what. It could be a Friday Night Magic from 10 years ago. He'd be showing up with the best deck that's there. Ready for it.
One of the reasons why I love him. He plays with the most heart out of anyone I've ever seen.
I feel like that honestly is such an easy way to pick it too, because I believe I have seen him in person at one single event ever, and it was just locked in focus no matter what time of the day it was. And we're talking, he was getting obliterated in the game that I saw as well.
Doesn't matter.
Does not matter.
He knows it's non-zero that he could win the game. Like, he's still trying his hardest every single time, and I love it.
It's something on another level that's there to watch. Players that I picked for this one was Def Jad Patrick, that you're going to be seeing if we come into a graphic with it. Playing Amulet Titan, the only player playing Amulet Titan in the tournament right now. And I feel like that really says something, because the more that I have tried to even pick up the deck, I have no idea what I'm doing with this. It feels like such a complex thing, because as you start to work your way through it, the paths just branch out, and it's so wide.
Oh, yeah.
It's all trying to do the same thing. Ultimately, they all have the same goal in mind, and it's very easy once you learn them all. The problem is learning them all because it feels like there's just so many of them all over the place. How could there be more than just a handful of players playing Amulet Titan? You have to know what you're doing.
It was so much easier when you had to play Primeval Titan, get Boros Garrison, Slayer Stronghold, and just go from there, but now there's Aftermath Analyst, you have Splunking in addition to Amulet, you have all these different like Scapeshift lines. It's really become something else.
I think that's probably one of the easiest ways to describe it, is that it's become something else versus this one. And so now with that, we have our second broadcast matchup coming up as we go into round number 4 of the day. It's going to be Skura, who's going to be taking on Respect the Cat in this one. So I am looking at this matchup right now. This is something that I think is a little bit more in place of what I expected to be coming into the tournament for this one once we start taking a look at the decks, because honestly, what I thought with Breach getting banned, that we were going to be seeing a lot more of the Orzhov Blink deck that was going to be coming into play, but it feels like with Breach getting banned that this Orzhov Blink deck has kind of fallen by the wayside almost.
Yeah, a little bit. I think people just wanted to play a thing that they knew was going to be good, and Boros was the easy answer to that, and Orzhov is more of a deck that you need to know how to configure your deck. Like, you have to have a good idea of what the metagame is going to be, and then configure like your disruption and your removal and everything around that. So until that really solidifies and people feel comfortable with it, it's just like maybe not going to be as successful. It's just way easier to do the more proactive thing, which is play Boros.
And if you're looking to get more Magic stuff and know what you're supposed to be staying up to date for, that's where now we want to be coming in with an MTGO streaming schedule where there's a lot more that's taking place in this one, and we want to make sure that you're up to date with it. So with the MTGO streaming schedule, you can take a look at a lot more that's being there for now for content creators. Meat and Dingo, they're going to be playing Constructed, and they're going to be looking at engaging decks that end up taking place for there. So make sure that you're not going to be missing those ones. With Oblivion, that's going to be the educational streamer with news and all talking about all the different format tips and tricks that you can find, how to play the game, and keeping you updated as well. Not every player has all of the experience in the world to be able to play Magic. He's here to give you the most important tips that can help you out. So with that, it's going to be streaming weekly on Twitch, twitch.tv/magiconline. We're also going to have highlights available on TikTok and on YouTube. Make sure you check that out at Official Magic Online is where you're going to find those as well. So keep up to date with it. There's tons of Magic that is going to be going on weekly as we move along from here. And so now with that, talking about our player intro and how we're getting into this point, when I look at Respect the Cat versus Skura on this one, we are seeing more of the Jeskai Ascendancy, but I feel like there's a lot of different ways to build Jeskai Ascendancy as well. We've been talking about metagame and experience, what cards to actually play. That's where I feel like Narset also comes into play with that. It's not just put your cards into place and hope that they work. There's those utility slots and how you're going to function with disrupting your opponent. There's so many different ways to disrupt your opponent that it doesn't just stop at what we saw in the last round. We're looking at one Jeskai Ascendancy in the previous list. We're looking at 3 of them here in Skura's list.
Yeah, a little bit different than Trios build, opting for more Ascendancies than Narsets, and playing 1 fewer copy of Repeal as a result. And I do agree with you. There's a lot of room in this deck to kind of just pick and choose how you want to interact with people, because you have things like Urza's Saga, like which tutor targets do I play? You see Skura with 1 copy of Savine's Reclamation as well to either buy back Ascendancy or Narset, both very powerful options, and I think a card that could be very important in this matchup too.
Something that I have to take a look at, with a lot of graveyard hate that floats around, it's tough for me to look at Reclamation, Savine's Reclamation, and opt into this, but it is only 1 copy. This is, again, that kind of bullet backup plan that you have available to you as you roll through these decks. But I mention that maybe because I'm thinking about Respect the Cat's deck. When I take a look at this, we talked about Orzhov Blink and how it felt like it fell by the wayside almost. This is the deck that I thought was going to be the deck as we came into this. But when I look at this now, I'm noticing a big card that's now missing from this list as we took a look at the previous Orzhov decks. This is 4 Aethervial instead of 4 Ketramos.
Yeah, I mean, even after Ketramos had been seeing play for a while, it kind of dawned on people like maybe we should just go back to playing Vile and Recruiter? Is it possible that we were kind of doing it wrong this whole time? We got blinded by this shining new card syndrome, and that is exactly what Respect the Cat has done and is off to a 3-0 start so far.
Shining new card syndrome. Oh my gosh. I am almost certain that I have exactly what you just said.
Same. I mean, I put Narset on my top 3 cards list.
Look, Narset's doing all right too. Narset's sitting at 3-0. I'm just gonna say, I don't think that Narset quite matches what Aether Vial has done over the history of Magic. That might not ever be the case. We're talking about Aether Vial being able to provide you with pretty much more mana in an early creature-based deck than pretty much any other card has ever done at this point. Aether Vial, it feels like after a while, it just becomes Black Lotus after Black Lotus. It takes some time to get there. You don't have the turn 1 with it. But if you get Aether Vial in turn 1, that is a scary card to play against.
Definitely. And the Orzhov deck is very good at slowing the game down. Things like Solitude, Ephemerate to Blink My Solitude. If you are playing against a deck that is trying to beat you to death with creatures and you slow the game down, you recoup that mana advantage with Aether Vial very quickly.
It is not an easy thing to play against. I feel like that Aether Vial, again, in my history of playing Magic, that is the card that when it's played on turn 1, I go, you have so few ways to interact with that card if it gets going with it. My gosh, it is mind-boggling how much pressure that card has applied in all of my games. You'd think I would have played with it more given that choice.
How many decks were you playing that had, 30 creatures in them?
Mono red?
Probably not an Aether Vial deck.
All the cards cost 1 anyway. We don't need the other Vial at that point.
Yeah. I think the trickiest thing with Vial to me is, say you have a Vial on 3 that's just there, looming, threatening. It could be anything, right? That's the scariest part.
Oh my gosh, I gotta loosen up my tie a little bit. Aether Vial, the card that makes me sweat probably a little bit more than anything else that's out there at that point. With that, I'm ready for our matchup as soon as we get into it. We're having players standing by. We're going to be ready for it right now. It looks like we're going into game with now our matchup that's there. So Respect the Cat, again, going to be on Black-White Orzhov with just the basic blink that you're going to be seeing. And lobby's getting restarted. We apologize for that. There was a small technical issue that we have to have taken care of with that spot. So we're going to jump back into our game once it's ready, but with that small technical issue, we have to have the players ready for it as well. So with that, though, I feel like that the Black-White Orzhov deck, one of the things that this is really a comfort pick for me for is that once you kind of learn how to play this, it's really easy to keep playing it just across formats as well. When I look at like Death and Taxes, for instance, in Legacy, that strategy feels very similar to me of what the Black-White Orzhov deck came from. Because coming from Legacy primarily in my play, I come mostly from Vintage, mostly from Legacy. When I jumped into Modern to start picking up this deck, oh my gosh, it felt like riding a bike.
It is a lot of the same elements going into it, where it's like, oh, I am a white creature-based deck. Clearly, I am an aggro deck. And the more you play with it, the more you're like, no, I'm actually taking the control role in a lot of these matchups, including a lot of ones that might seem kind of surprising. And that definitely does transfer over pretty well. Like, this is more of a control-y deck than you might realize. And it's especially funny that you mentioned the Legacy counterpart, because at this point, they have adopted a lot of the stuff that the Modern deck was doing.
Yeah, I feel like that's so much said in such a small amount of way, too. I feel like every single time I talk with you about Magic, you have a good way to summarize all of this and put it into this small little package for you. Maybe that's the reason why you're so good at the game. So with it now, we're jumping into game. Respect the Cat going to be on Black-White Orzhov. Skura going to be on the Jeskai Narset deck with Corey Steelcutter. Pretty much the reason to play right now. We're looking at an Aether Vial, but this hand here from Respect the Cat, it feels like it's kind of a tough one to be dealing with right now.
Yeah, normally you don't really want to draw two Aether Vials because they're hard to deal with, but Portable Hold does deal with it cleanly, and I think Respect the Cat is pretty happy to have the second one in this instance, but still missing that second land was definitely relying on those Aether Vials, and is now in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I think a lot of trouble is a very generous way to say it.
When you are solituding a token created from Corey Steelcutter, it is probably a sign of bad things, but thankfully did pick up a second land and is maybe now back in it.
Yeah, you can always pick it up with a little pup. Savines for a land. This is some ramp.
You know,
here. Now this is ramping.
Well, Skuro was gonna miss his land drop, so I don't know how much it is ramping. But when I talked about that card being important in the matchup, this is not what I meant. But it is important that the Reclamation is going to sit around in the graveyard chilling to be used again later if necessary.
And turn pup. And now the question is, what can you do with the pup once it sits in play safely? I feel like this is one of the cards that was toughest for me to keep in play. Philia, Exuberant Shepherd. With this card in play, your options feel like they go up by 100 million.
They do, and one of the strongest options is to blink out your own Overlord of the Baelmerk, and that is going to give you even more options. Games tend to get very complicated, but you just have an embarrassment of riches too.
Paying this 2 to get it in play. No, it feels like, okay, this is kind of a nice card here. But let's say we pay that 2 to get it, like, in play.
Yeah, casting it for 5, not bad. But casting it for 2, getting 2 of the ETB triggers, and having this creature in play that can also just continually trigger.
Remove 5 counters, activate it again. Not bad.
Not bad. Picks
now
up
this
Solitude
is also
and a white
ramping.
card.
I feel like Skura here, this is really reliant on the repeal to get the job done at this point, too. I'm going to start out with a Prowess trigger.
I was wondering if Skuro was going to repeal his own portable hole to take out that Philia.
I mean, you can't let that sit around.
No, probably not. I do think that it has done a lot of damage, and now you also have this Overlord that you have to deal with, which is going to be kind of difficult.
Yeah, it's tougher to repeal that one. You get the token big enough. Now, from Skura's point of view, this token big enough means it can attack through. But we know that, from Respect the Cat side, that is not the case. Oh, is this representing something else to do here as well? With 1 card in hand, this is a pretty big gambit here, I'd say, from Skura.
Yeah, it's interesting because you know what cards Respect the Cat got off of the Overlord, so you know that the Solitude's available. So I don't think it is even much of a bluff for like, oh, I could prowess my thing up to 5/5 and kill your thing. You know that that's not going to happen no matter what. I think it is just, I want to get the damage in.
Ah, okay. Just push everything to make sure that you can get the damage. Makes a lot of sense when you can keep making tokens. But now I look up. This is big advantage, I think.
Tokens become a little bit more expendable, certainly, when you get to make them turn over turn.
Repeal getting drawn here as well. Yeah, you want to attack first for sure. I guess now the question is, could you use the Solitude and bring it back again, or is that too greedy?
Might be different if Respect the Cat had another white card.
So the draw was dependent on the action.
Yeah.
It's going to be a land into play, maybe? I'm not really sure. With the extra white card in hand, I could see being a little bit greedy on the hold, but I think the land being... Wow, down to 5! He wants this Corey Steelcutter gone!
Makes sense.
Holy smokes! This is a window now.
The Tamio is threatening, but it's not the thing like directly killing you right now. So I do think getting rid of the Steel Cutter makes a lot of sense.
Skura now with repeal in hand. Is this a window you're willing to take on this? You can't. You know that Solitude's in hand. Holy smokes! This is so much going on.
Well, you know the Solitude's there, but in theory, Respect the Cat could not have a white card. I don't know if that is a thing that you are willing to play around necessarily. And maybe Respect the Cat knows that. Maybe that's why he was willing to go down so low.
there a way to get around that? Looks like it's going to be Reclamation, yeah.
Okay. That's good.
A copy of it. Steel Cutter back. Oh boy.
It's not a Mox, but repealing a clue will do.
Saw the Reclamation in the graveyard as well. Is this just an oversight? I guess your opponent had to have a land and a repeal? Nah, it's not an oversight. That's the right call.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess you knew the Reclamation was coming. Could have...
Oh, that's a box, though! Holy moly! Yeah. That is a
all you
huge
wanted to draw
draw.
were some zeros.
Oh my gosh!
Could have maybe tried to ignore the Steel Cutter, or at least like hold open Solitude and Emperor Bones away the Reclamation, perhaps. But
that is
-8.
Disgusting set of draws for Skura right there. Now, granted, the repeal is really the reason this gets this done. Everything else is from the graveyard. The thing you need to draw is 0 cost cards. That's all you're looking at drawing after that point.
Did it matter, though? I guess that's the question. Basically gave +5, 3 from the Ascendancy, 2 from Prowess.
And 4 on
And
token,
the
enough on Tameo.
The Enchanter could have chumped.
Well, with that play, you would have had the Emperor of Bones, like you said.
Oh, sure, yeah.
So that changes everything. I don't know. That's a really small window. But because the other thing, too, is that from Respect the Cat's side, it needs to be a card that you can play for that low mana cost. It's not just a matter of Jeskai Ascendancy is there. It needs to be Jeskai Ascendancy plus something else. That's a pretty tough, that's a pretty big ask, I would say.
No, that is definitely true. Very unlikely that Skura at that point would have been, sandbagging Moxes, for example.
Yeah. Like you had your window of opportunity already. Are these cards really going to stay in your hand?
Yeah, likely would have been deployed to crack a clue on an earlier turn or something.
So in the sideboard state now, we're looking at 2 players who are 3-0. And I have to say, these are really the pressures that I'm looking at right now. From Skura's side, the Narset plus the Corey Steel Cutter, this is a big engine, I think, that drives a lot of how you continue to make these monks turn after turn. But on the other side of that, the Black-White Orzhov deck, this is a deck that feels like it fights the strategy pretty darn well. You get something cheap in play. There's not a ton of interaction on the other side that's pressuring your creatures, because the primary creature right now is a Corey Steel Cutter. Where's this Fatal Push going to come from? Fatal Push is now answering something very specific instead of answering something that's like the Overlord, for instance. That Overlord sits in play, and if it gets blinked, that is a ton of damage it's doing.
Yeah, the interesting part about that, though, is this is one of the matchups where you could potentially look at Consign to Memory coming in smaller numbers. Because if your opponent Phelias something like their Overlord or their Solitude or whatever, you can Consign to Memory the it coming back trigger.
Oh yeah, that's a big thing, because it doesn't just counter the colorless spells, it counters triggers as well. So for just a single blue mana being able to completely shut that down, I feel like is a major thing to be pointing out in that spot. And that's really, I think, one of the reasons why Consign to Memory is the most played card in the event if you take out lands, which, just are fundamental parts of Magic, and look at it from that top-down perspective. It just does everything, but it does everything in a different way. It's a tough card to include in your main deck.
Certainly. I did play a tournament somewhat recently where I had Consign's main deck, though.
What was going on there?
Playing Goryo's Vengeance, so you can stifle your own Goryo's trigger.
Yes, as soon as you said Goryo's Vengeance, I was like, yes, I do know what this is. Back in my day, we did it with Stifle.
Yeah. Well, you could do it with Ephemerate, but there was enough Eldrazi that it was kind of warranted, so.
Sounds better to me. Respect the Cat on a double mulligan here. And it looks like from the outright that it's a single land. Or that there's no land, rather, but it's a single land, the little flipped lands.
Yeah, single land and not even any Ether Vials this time. So definitely wants to peel on turn 2 and does get there.
That's how you do it!
So we do have a game. It is effectively the same setup as the last game where Respect the Cat has Philia. Doesn't necessarily want to expose this to a portable hole, so is waiting on it, trying to take advantage of the flash aspect, and trying to set up that into Overlord.
I'm looking at Skura's hand, though. This is a Mox Opal and a Metallic Rebuke. This is a Kori Steelcutter. This is a lot of gas that Skura has to create that window of attack that is just overwhelming.
This is a super interesting spot because Skura could have just jammed Steelcutter and Mox Opal, but I think doing the wise thing and playing that aspect of it a little bit slower and keeping this Metallic Rebuke up, because I think if your white-black opponent passes on turn 2, you kind of know what's going on.
On a mulligan to 5, though, it could just be a bad hand.
It could, but given that your opponent has mulligan to 5, I also feel like you could probably afford to just wait a turn. Because if nothing else, they're going to untap and maybe play something on 3 mana, which you would happily rebuke anyway.
Wise play here. You now get the single mana to Metallic Rebuke this. The old mana leak.
Respect the Cat was in a tight spot because if you main phase the Philia to play around Rebuke, you could get Portable Hold. And if you wait, you could get rebuked. But there's 4 Portable Holes, 3 Metallic Rebukes in the deck list.
You just got to do it. Overlord now coming into play. Does it hit a land? It does. This is one of the big reasons that these flip lands are played in Orzhov, is because you can get them back with Overlord. Not only do they host the utility, not only do they host a color with Solitude, but they also give you the option to do exactly what this Overlord has done here. It buys you back from these aggressive mulligans that I found myself having with Orzhov. You want to find particular cards that drive the engine. Now the engine drives itself.
Yeah, we may also see this aspect come up where you can play it as a land and then Flicker Wisp it, have it come back as a creature.
Oh, yeah. There's just so much stuff to do with the Orzhov Blink deck. It's why it quickly became such a favorite of mine. Skura, on the other hand, this is just option on top of option on top of option.
Yeah, you have Tamiyo going. Could try to transform it this turn if you wanted to. You have Emery, granted with lack of targets, so I guess that's just getting in there this turn.
You're going to need that 1 damage. Holds it back with Sink into Stupor plus Wear and Tear. I think this is a wise play.
Think so too. I mean, if nothing else, you still have some clues to crack. Could use the Tear to take out the Overlord if you so chose.
We saw in the previous matchup when this was getting played that this was about spending 3 mana and then spending 3 mana successively. This is the complete opposite of what's taking place.
Post-board games are a little bit different. You know, you bring in all these reactive cards and maybe trim a little bit on the higher end too.
Ouch. Overlord gets picked off in the face of the Flicker Wisp. And suddenly the clues starting to get cracked, and this is full advantage to Skura at this point. Still needs to draw the right stuff, but certainly has the time to do it.
Yeah, almost certainly. And even if doesn't draw things that are necessarily ideal, like you still have Tamiyo and Emery in play.
Yeah.
So I don't think you're complaining either way.
Solitude's going to come down to stop the Mishra's Bauble from getting bought back effectively by Emery.
I think this is perfect for Skura. Like, threatens the Emery, gets Emery killed, but had a backup anyway that had basically no use for.
He's going to hold the Sink of the Stupor once again, it feels like. Respect the Cat, the whole deck list is card after card that tries to hold back the strategy, but if you can just counter them all and follow up with a Kori Steelcutter, that's effectively the same kind of pressure. A lot of the cards from Respect the Cat, they want to shut down the strategy from Skura, but they have to hit play.
Yeah, that Emery also milled over a Flage, too, getting a nice little bit of value there.
Part of this is the mulligan to 5, but Jerry, I feel like that doesn't happen, too infrequently with the Orzhov deck. It's not just a matter of getting lands, it's a matter of getting combos.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And it just so happened that Skura had, the Rebuke at the right time to stop the Philia, the Tear to stop the Overlord Blink shenanigans, and basically played the game plan that the Orzhov deck wants to play, just a little bit better.
It's Steel Cutter time. Steel with the mana there to use Sink into Stupor as well. Spectre Cat's going to try to use the Aven to stop this. Skura says, why not? I got a Flage for this.
Yep. Flage the Aven. Can plot that thing next turn. Save the Sink for later.
I don't know what Respect the Cat's got to draw at this point, but my gosh, I'm running out of ideas.
Well, big card in Respect the Cat sideboard is 3 copies of Wrath of the Skies.
There we go. That's the one.
It would be certainly a good card, but would not take care of everything because wouldn't be able to pick off that Emery, unfortunately.
Saga turning as well. Uh-oh.
I mean, Skura kind of has it all at this point. I think it is very much just up to him to try and put the game away before Respect the Cat can get anything together or draw Wrath of the Skies.
I mean, just at the mercy of the deck at this point, right? And that's if Skura's going to even allow it. Just Pyroclasm. I don't need this Emery anymore. It's done its job.
Yeah, got a few extra cards, and the Aven Interrupter was kind of being annoying for it anyway, so. This does a pretty good job of ensuring that your opponent can't draw like an Ephemerate or something and do some annoying stuff.
Gonna try with the Witch. But Skura's got plans for days. Sure, why not? Cat says no second token. Mirrors and Saga, no search for it. Sure, I'll just take
First
my 5/5.
one. First one might just be good enough, though.
5/5. Just by itself. For fun. What a card that Urza Saga was. How do you have a set and a card where the card might even arguably outdo the set? Oh, actually, that's heresy. What am I saying?
Yeah, I mean, Tellurian Academy was in that set. So.
As soon as I said it, I was like, oh no, what have I done?
Once you compare it to all the cards that have been banned, then maybe. Like, once you take those cards out of the set.
Oh, so once you take Urza Saga out. The set, not the card.
Yeah.
Skura just has it all. I mean, there's I wish that there was something I could say here, but my gosh, this is brutal.
Cool thing here, Boros normally uses Flage alongside Arena of Glory. These Jeskai decks get to use Flage alongside Corey Steelcutter to give it haste.
Oh, you can just pay the 2 and equip it.
Yeah.
I wasn't even thinking about that. Yeah, prowess token, you sit back. That is overwhelmingly
exactly lethal.
That is overwhelmingly on Skura's side right there. I mean, that really, I think, demonstrates why this blue-white-red deck has really taken, I think, one of the lead roles primarily as such a strong aggro deck, is that no matter what you want to throw at it, it has a way to fight back. So the question that I always have with a big deck is, well, sure, I'm going to be, coin flipping the mirror match so very often. I say it with my quotey fingers. But if I'm going to play this style of strategy, is there something that I can play that effectively will do the same thing, but also give me an advantage when I'm playing against the most popular variation of it? That's a big question for me every time I play a tournament.
Yeah, I feel the same way. Sometimes you do end up going down a little bit of a rabbit hole on that one. Maybe you should not try and get too cute. Just choose to play the good cards. But the Jeskai cards are also a lot of fun, at least to me. So I tend to err on the side of those at the moment.
At the moment? I have seen your
history
history of play.
Change. It could change.
It changed for one Pro Tour in the past.
I'll ask Mattia. I'll see what he says. It's worked out for me before.
It's done pretty well for you at the moment. So right now we're trying to get a backup match going. A lot of the matches are sitting at 1-1 at this point. So we're going to be running through those real quick as we try to get one set up. Not quite done with round number 4 right now. So we have our eyes on this and who we're going to pull into this spot right now. But right now I feel like we're getting a good glimpse of what Modern is really about, which is have that big pressure plan and then have a way to stop your opponent very quickly. It's not necessarily shutting down your opponent. It's about the window of opportunity. And if you have both of those options available to you, what that means is you not only have control strategies available, you also have mid-range strategies available. You also have aggro strategies available. Not only that, but you're shutting down something. That thing you're shutting down is the combo decks that are sitting out there right now. There's just so much to do. How could you play Modern and not pick a deck you like?
Yeah, exactly. That's how I feel too. I mean, again, it might be a thing where you don't like Boros Energy for some reason, and the thing you like is maybe a tier or a tier and a half below it or something. So you kind of have to settle in that regard, and maybe that doesn't feel great, but like you still get to do it, and you can still very easily win a tournament. It's not like the things that people say are tier 1 are the only things that are doing well, because look at these Jeskai decks, for example. There are 4 of them in this tournament. Players have not been able to decide on like what the optimal list is necessarily in terms of like how many Narsets, how many Ascendancies, what should my sideboard be, etc. Like these decks are still very new and still very clearly able to compete as well.
And I think that's really a big part of it as well. When you're choosing a deck that's a tier below, you're not talking about giving up, 25 points of percent here. We're talking about like shaving points off of this. Like you might go from having like a 55 with Boros Energy for slotted field. Instead, you're like, yeah, you're 52, or maybe even you're at a disadvantage at 49 or 48. It's not these huge gaps that are available that you can see with some of the other styles that are out there. Modern is very close and tight right now because the power level is so high. It's like the higher that power level goes, until it hits a certain point of volatility, it is pretty much really close matchups across the board. So with that, we do have our backup matchup that's going into this one. So as we jump into it now, we can take a look at what we have. Unfortunately, we do not have the hands available. We don't have the time to set it up because we're jumping into them sitting at 1-1 right now. But Gabriel Nassif, aka Yellow Hat, this is one of my favorite players to watch in the history of Magic. Not only does he like to play his own creative style strategies a lot of times, but he also is just a phenomenal player, Jerry.
And so creative too, and just like a good entertainer. Like he's kind of the full package, because you can watch a great player play something like Boros Energy all day. You're going to learn a lot, but Yellow Hat just makes it interesting every single time.
On the side of Terrabat, however, you talk about creative strategies. I feel like this was one of the most surprising ones I ran into the entire time. I've loved playing Goblin Charbelcher in the past, but this is just certainly a new way of doing it right now. You don't have to remove all your lands at this point. They've already been removed for you.
Yeah, it is kind of fun. We finally hit the critical mass of DFC lands that you can also have enter untapped, to the point where it's like, oh, I could just cast this Charbelcher for 4.
Is that the accepted canon name for them?
I just call them DFCs.
What does that stand for?
Dual face card, double face card?
Dual face card. Because that's different than the flip ones where it was either you play a red land or you play a green land, effectively.
I guess technically MDFC, modal double face card.
Modal double face card. I think that's it rolls right off the tongue.
MDFC. Easy. Yeah, this Charbelcher deck, since all of its lands are also spells with varying mana costs, you get to play things like Disrupting Shoal, which is pretty interesting, and can often play Charbelcher with like 2 or 3 counter spells as backup, assuming that your mana values line up against your opponent's mana values and everything.
So we're having a small tech issue with this. We're going to figure it out as quickly as we can. But honestly, talking about it, if you want to play a deck that just does its thing, the Goblin Charbelcher is really the one you look at. As soon as we say that, Stock Up getting drawn as well. This is huge.
This card is nice. Odd that they removed the graveyard aspect of Dig Through Time and rarity shifted it to uncommon, but now it's legal again.
This is like, Dig Through Time was actually a card that I didn't particularly like. I'm saying it. I know that sounds crazy, but it just wasn't for me. Stock Up, on the other hand, you don't have to do anything. You just get the cost in the card. You have to play it during your turn, but that's the way that's just the way that Magic goes right now.
Also, to some degree, I think it helps you, where you're tempted to just pass the turn with Dig Through Time, but maybe you're supposed to cast it on your main phase and grab a land off it and make your land drop, you know?
Ooh. Accidentally fixing some of the small errors.
Yeah, it's great. It just makes the card easier to play and, easier to show up in a lot of decks, which we do see that happening.
We don't have hands available to you. No, players did not mulligan so aggressively that they have empty hands. We're not available to pull up the hands at the moment. So it's like we're watching it, from the side of the match instead.
Both players have 3 cards, can tell that much, thanks to Magic Online, and Terabad about to go up to 5, thanks to this Stock Up.
Getting that 1 in there. It's not impossible to win that way. It's
it
just
could matter.
Extremely unlikely.
Kind of a weird matchup considering the Disrupting Shoal that I was talking about before. It is pretty difficult to Disrupting Shoal a living end if you're looking to pitch counter it, but I guess you can just cast it as good old counterspell.
Living End, it has the suspend cost before, but it doesn't actually have a mana value to it. You can't Disrupting Shoal it without your own suspend blue card with no mana value.
Yeah, or just casting it for 2 mana.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about the pitch cost. Oh, hang on a second here. Okay, just an Overlord, nothing crazy. You're really looking for Shardless Agent on Yellow Hat's side of the board. You've got to get the graveyard full, but you gotta, and I mean gotta, find that Shardless Agent. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, or a Halo Forager, I guess, if you have a living end in the graveyard already.
Yeah, that would work.
That'll do it.
This feels like a deck of understanding the moment. You have, finding the opportunity, but, finding the right way to get there, I feel like is the tough part of this deck.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it used to be a lot easier when it was just cycle some stuff, and then I play 8 Cascaders. All those Cascaders hit living end. But now it's like, well, now maybe I play more of a mid-rangey game. I have these Overlords, have things like Subtlety and Endurance to disrupt my opponent. I have Flare of Denial. Living End is kind of a combo deck, but this deck is not necessarily trying to kill you very quickly.
Yeah. It's got a lot of different ways to stop your opponent that it didn't have before.
Yeah, which I like it. I think it makes it a lot more versatile and makes you less susceptible to things like Graveyard Hate just, stopping you from playing the game entirely.
Yeah. Force Negation will really be a big help in stopping a lot of the Graveyard Hate.
Also
until we make the Relic of Progenitus that is also a 1/1. Oh gosh, why did I say that?
No, I'm in. Let's do it.
I didn't mean it! Tough part about this Belcher deck, life management. I have gone so fast with this deck sometimes that I have just cost myself way too much life. And instead of just being patient and hoping that it works, instead I've paid 6 life playing some of the lands, and then suddenly I'm dead.
Flew too close to the sun. But against living ends, they're mostly killing you over 1 or 2 turns. So thankfully you don't have to worry about that. But against things like Boros, can totally see that happening. You underestimate the amount of reach that base white deck could have, and then you just get burned out by like a Johnny, Goblin Bombardment, and Flage.
Oh yeah. The way I always viewed it is like you're cracking a fetch land and then you're going to get a shock land. It's like, yeah, sure, it's not that tough. I do that all the time.
I try to not do that very much. I try and do that once a game, Nathan. That's it.
I try to do that like once a turn. That's what it feels like for me.
Are you a Death Shadow gamer? What's going on?
I do like Death Shadow. Something about 1-mana creatures that are gigantic, they call to me.
I do remember some deck lists you've sent me over the years, yes.
Oh, yeah. No, I forgot about those, yeah. We're not going to talk about those.
No.
A lot of trainers here for Terabad. There's more ways to dig into the deck. That is such a big part of blue right now. Blue being in combos right now, you have such big ways to dig deep into the deck. It feels like the combo decks have just evolved and become something unlike what they used to be. Before, it was the whole deck was the engine, and now it just feels like everything is working towards finding that key piece.
Yeah, and you have this backup plan. I mean, Yellow Hat's down to 9 life. We were kind of laughing at the attack for 1, but now here's 2 more, 3-turn clock.
Yep.
And each of these trainers can also be sacrificed to a Flare of Denial.
Yeah. Fetch lands have come into play. Street Wraith's been cycled. 20 life is still 20 life. You work it away and it's gone.
And if these trainers weren't in play, putting a little bit of a clock on Nassif, then it means that the game would probably be about who blinks first, effectively. But now Terabad is putting Nassif in a situation where he's going to have to blink eventually.
I feel like if Terabad's tapping this much and spending all this much, it means one of two things. Either number one, the counter's there, or number two, not even close.
Yeah. Either you're pretty comfortable or you think you are in danger and you need to dig.
Perhaps a way to stop it. Honestly, this card was probably one of the more surprising ones to me that really made an impact. The Steam Core Scholar. I had zero expectations of this really making it there.
I like Steam Core Scholar, but I do recognize that it could be a little weak, perhaps. And there were not a lot of decks where you're just like, oh yeah, like my deck really needed a Steam Core Scholar or whatever. But it's done a pretty good job of just making these new things viable. And maybe they're not tier 1 things, but they are pretty fun things as a whole.
Yeah. Again, it's the digging aspect, being able to dig and then also put something in the graveyard.
Yeah, and it being attached to a body too.
I mean, a 2/2 doesn't do too much, but right here, it's like, oh, okay, I have a creature in play. I have a way to stop them.
Well, you got to stop your opponent's Thunder Trap trainers, you see. So 2/2 Flying Vig gets the job done. I mean, Nassif also has his own copies of Flare of Denial, so it also has that going on.
Yeah. Also, Mystical Disputes can come onto the board as well. Which I imagine that Yellow Hat's brought into play.
Against the mono blue deck, I would guess. Yeah, that would make sense.
Got Vigilance too. Now the clock. How the tables have turned.
Role reversal here.
And so the balance shifts. Green, green, blue. I imagine it's either a repeat turn or we're seeing something else.
Charlotte's Agent time.
Oh boy. Four cards in hand for Terabad here. There's the consign. Easy shutdown.
Nassif says, that's fine. I just wanted another 2/2 beater.
Whir of Invention? How did I miss this? There's just like a standard copy of this card in the deck. How was I not thinking about this?
It's one of the big reasons to be mono blue. You can whir for the Lotus to set up for Charbelcher. You can whir for the Belcher itself. And yeah, there is a Miser's copy of Tormod's Crypt hiding out in Terabad's sideboard as well.
Oh, wow. That is a nice one to include in there. So I'm looking at Terabad's perspective right now, and this has to be a question. This card is always such a surprise when I can't see the hand for some reason. When I can see the hand, I'm like setting up for War of Invention, but it's the moment it disappears just a little bit, I'm always like, oh my gosh, I forgot about this one. Such a bizarre
it's
cost, I think.
True. Yeah, I mean, casting Whir for 0 is not a thing that we saw up until it was like, oh, I can get a Lotus Bloom with this, until people figured that out.
Terabad's thinking of this one. Clock can also matter. I don't think it's going to come too much into effect on this one. Yellow Hat sitting at 330, but that's plenty of time for him. I've seen him in this situation before. For Terabad, if you have 11 minutes here, take your time. Figure it out.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen a single player win in the red as much as Yellow Hat. He takes exactly the amount of time that he needs.
He's pre-figured it out, I'm telling you. He's come from ahead of time. It's like a time travel effect, but you can't exactly choose it.
Oh, here's a fun one.
This feels like a big game changer right now. Being able to return your lands to hand. Picking up utility lands that matter all of a sudden. Yeah, that's gonna draw something.
Can do that. Can also draw some cards in the meantime. Can generate a lot of mana with the Lotus Bloom as well. Very scary card.
Flusterstorm afterwards. This is a big deal for Terabad.
2 cards left in Terabad's hand. 3 in Yellow Hat's. Kind of interesting, because if Yellow Hat's hand is all interaction, which would not be that implausible at this point, has enough resources where he could potentially just stop whatever Terabad is doing, but is going to get an extra card off the Tameshi here.
Except sink into stupor, it looked like. Wow!
Endurance getting pitch cast, exiling a Shardless Agent.
Exiling a Shardless Agent, I feel like it's either desperation or there's another Shardless Agent. Wow.
So if Nassif had another Shardless, could have gone for Endurance again, so I'm guessing that is not what's going on here. Now Terabad has Tameshi and Lotus, so what does he want to do with all this
Tameshi is
mana?
not activate once a turn. It's activate only as a sorcery.
Yeah, you only draw a card once the first time, I think.
Yeah, that's the...
Can just make a bunch of mana if you want.
Bunch of mana is usually a bunch of wins. Noticing a key card in play right now. It was one of the lands that came into play. Seagate's Oracle, I believe.
Seagate Restoration.
Seagate Restoration.
Draw cards equal to your hand size. Well, after you picked up all your lands...
This is a lot of mana. make another one.
So 14 mana total.
Wow. Oh, plus all the cards in hand, by the way. Oh, the teachings. Was that in play and I just didn't recognize it? No, that wasn't.
No, that wasn't in play. Search for Whir for 4. Get Charbelcher. Lotus still left.
Wow. Exact mana on this. Wow, Terabad. What a crazy breakdown of this last game. That is insane that is perfect mana to get that done.
I now understand why Terabad took a little bit to resolve that Whir. It was like, how much mana am I going to have at the end of this? Am I going to be able to do this? Or am I supposed to just get a Tormod script here and slow the game down?
That is nuts. Mountain in the sideboard as well. One lone copy of Mountain.
For the White Orchid Phantoms.
Yep. What a lovely deck. That feels like when I watch that now, I understand exactly what I've been doing wrong with it, and it's not understanding how to chain this together and really make the most of it.
Yeah, it is a deceptively complicated deck because, in theory, you can just play Charbelcher, activate it, win the game. But oftentimes in Modern, the games do not play out that way because everyone else, as it turns out, is trying to stop you from killing them, and they're going to disrupt you to some degree. And, maybe you find yourself in a situation like we did in that last game where you have these kind of like mini stack battles going on and everything. And it's like, how do I find a way to win from here?
Apparently that answer is Tabeshi when you get to it. It looked like it was going to be the trainers for a second there, but that got stopped as
shut down.
You would kind of
2-2.
expect for it to
Can't beat it
with that one. So with that now, with that, I got word now that standings are ready for this one. We're going to be taking a look at standings at the end of this round now, so we can take a look at that. So with that now, we are still looking at more Boros decks that are making their way into the top here right now. Jerry, I have to say that with the Boros decks continuing to beat down everybody here, it really has to be saying something about just the absolute power that this deck holds at the moment.
The deck is good, but there's also a lot of them too. I think by sheer numbers, you're going to see some of them putting up pretty good records. But it is interesting. I mean, if you asked any of these players what they thought the most played deck was going to be, I assume that they would answer Boros Energy. And if you did not have a plan for it, I don't know what you're doing at that point.
Yeah, that's a very good question with that one. But 2 of the 4-0s also sitting there, not necessarily the exact same game plan. We just saw a little bit of an action that's coming to play. There's an Eldrazi as well sitting in that 4-0 spot with that one. So I'm excited to see what we can come up with on this one. We are not on a double elimination for this tournament, so if you want to follow along with your favorite streamer, you can still go ahead and do that. 2 losses does not mean out of the event. It's different now here in the Modern event for this one. So we're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we're going to have round number 5 of the Magic Online Creator Showdown, which means that we got 2 more matches of Magic for you. Don't go away. back with the Magic Online Creator Showdown. We are jumping into round number 5 as we come back for here. We are playing Modern right now. I'm Nathan Zamora. I'm joined by Jerry Thompson. And Jerry, so far right now, we have been seeing some killer decks. But as we take a look at these standings, what do you feel like is really standing out to you as we take a look at this from top down?
Well, Boros has kind of been the narrative so far, and I feel like that is just going to continue. We're probably going to continue to see some Boros decks up until the end. I don't know what players can do. Like, what are they supposed to play if they want to actually beat up on Boros? Because it being like 20% or more of the metagame, like that gives you a big target to try and hit. But what is your weapon supposed to be?
I think it's a really good question to come into it, because right now, as we look at this from a top-down perspective, we're seeing Boros take 2 of the 4-0 slots. But as you start to roll through the 3 and 1 slots there, you're not seeing quite as many of them. You're seeing a much broader depth of decks that go through it. There's Eldrazi's that sit there. We're seeing the Jeskai Affinity decks, or essentially the Jeskai Affinity decks come into play for that one, using Metallic Rebukes. I feel like the Jeskai decks have a ton of different tools that they can use right now, and so it's a matter of time, I feel like, until that list becomes a bit more standardized, because it does feel brand new with Narset coming into play with it. But we're asking, what else can we play against it right now? And I think that, perhaps Orzhov is still one of the decks that's available here. Since Breach got banned, felt like this deck fell by the wayside a bit, but perhaps it's a matchup we can roll into with this one.
Yeah, it's possible that Orzhov is still good, and I mean we saw Respect the Cat going back to the old ways with the Ether Vials, Recruiter of the Guards, and it's entirely possible that maybe that version would be more successful in this sort of field, and I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case.
And with that, now we can start to roll into things with it. We have an update also as well that we want to go through again with the MTGO streaming schedule, as we can take a look at that. We not only have this Modern event that's taking place right now, there's weekly Magic that's taking place throughout. For the stream schedule, it's content creators. We have Meat and Dingo playing Constructed, and they're going to be playing community engaging decks that are taking place from there. So you can catch them on Wednesdays and Fridays as we look at that. Oblivion, also the educational and news streamer that's going to be talking about all the formats, tips and tricks for how you can play the game. Not everybody has time to go through everything and play exactly how they want. So as we roll through it, we can now take a look at this and see everything that's going on. We're going to be having that all there. You can see it twitch.tv/magiconline, and there's also highlights that are going to be taking place. TikTok, YouTube, you name it. At Official Magic Online, you can find it there. Everything is going to be going along with it. But with that now, I want to call out to the Commander Cube articles that are going to be hitting every Thursday starting at May 15th. We're going to be getting a deep dive into that format, and that's something else I wanted to check out while we're there as well. Commander Cube, I feel like, is one of the big things that's added to Magic Online, and this is an experience that's really difficult to match. Commander has exploded over the past couple of years, and so with now, May 21st is when it's coming up. With that now being added to Magic Online, this is something that you just really cannot duplicate with Commander Cube. It's just a unique experience. I'm seeing 4 booster packs here. I gotta tell you what, it's been a long time since I've drafted with more than 3 booster packs, but this is the place to do it. MTGO.com, May 15th, you can learn more about it there, and a preview of the league, May 19th and 20th. The Commander Cube is something that you just have to play in if this is your type of experience. If you love drafting unique formats, if you love playing Commander, this is a place to get it done. So Commander Cube, make sure you're checking that out, coming to Magic Online at May 21st. So now with that, as we roll into our match for the day here, this is one of the ones that we have to be talking about. We picked our horses at the start of this event, the players that we wanted to follow with it. Jerry, I'm sitting at 2-2 with Patrick. I picked him because he's playing the only player playing Amulet Titan in this one. It's a deck that can be tough to play. It's a deck that can fizzle out as well. It's just a pure raw experience of Magic and complication. You picked Mattia Rizzi for this one, and Mattia Rizzi's putting up a 3-1 record now as we come into this one. It's one of the matchups that we're going to be following along with as we roll into this. It's the Boros energy. I can't imagine he would play anything else if he thinks this is the most powerful deck.
Blue would have to look pretty bad to him in order for him to get away from playing a blue deck, I think. But the power level of this deck is just off the charts. So many rares, so many mythic rares. Utilizing new card Voice of Victory from Tarkir, also doing a lot of fun stuff with this deck, counting for tokens made for Ocelot Pride, gaining more life off Guide of Souls, allowing you to just trigger the Ocelot Pride a lot easier, get that City's Blessing going. Card has been very nice.
It just feels like it's unreal having Voice of Victory also added to this deck. It's creating more tokens on its own, but your opponent can't cast spells during your turn. You better be ready for combat if that's going to be the case, because if you're not, this card's a total shutdown to the interaction.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to try and figure out how to transform your Ajani when you have a Voice of Victory in play, sort of protecting it. It's pretty nice. And it's like, oh, I want to escape my Flage with Arena of Glory, but if my opponent has a removal spell or a counter spell, maybe I'm just giving up too much by spending my entire turn doing that. But yeah, Voice of Victory just means your opponent's F6'd.
So as we take a look at it now on the other side, what is BFG, his opponent, going to be playing? And this is exactly what we were talking about with this one, but there's a lot of additions that are taking place in this one. It's the Black-White Orzhov deck, but something that we talked about that was big was the different options that you have to bring to the table. You and I discussed this a long time when the deck first made the debut. We discussed it a little bit early on. Because this deck is primarily a control-style deck, it's reacting to your opponent and then making a counterattack, you have to bring the right tools to the table. I am seeing so many things brought to the table here. I'm looking at Orcish Bowmasters. I'm seeing a Kaya that's in the main deck. I'm seeing only 2 copies of Ketramos, I think about as conservative as you need to be. 3 March of Otherworldly Light. What's going on here?
I kind of love this. This is sort of a hedge between the two builds where the interaction between Ketramos and Solitude and blinking the Solitude with things like Ephemerate and Philia is still pretty strong. So having some copies of Ketramos does make a lot of sense. You have March of Otherworldly Light also doing some exiling there, which is pretty nice, but no Relic of Progenitus, no Ether Vials, just more action, basically. And I gotta say, I kind of like it.
I feel like I gotta call out BFG a little bit here for the Ketramos. I'm just saying, he'll know what I'm talking about. And I'm hoping he sees this recording as well. He hated Ketramos. It was just deliberately playing decks that smashed on Ketramos for a long time and then talking about how bad Ketramos was. But now instead playing Ketramos because Ketramos
now that everyone's off
it. No, yeah, now that nobody plays it anymore, he's like, Ketramos, the greatest card that's out there. you gotta have that standout flair to it. That's a great strategy.
It's not bad. It's being a hipster of Magic the Gathering, which I sometimes am.
Look, if you play the cards that nobody's hating on, what that means is you have no hate against you. It's tough to counter cards that nobody's playing.
True. And I don't think many people are actually directly preparing for white-black. So it does have that going for it, but I do think a lot of the stuff that is maybe good against Boros is typically pretty good against white-black too. So we'll see.
Why would you say that is?
Piles of creatures.
When piles of creatures are getting played, play things that kill piles of creatures. So
it does tend to help.
This is a classic matchup that I would expect right now. It's been a long time since I can say that Thoughtseize was not on the top of the bracket for cards played in a format, but today that was the case. Thoughtseize was way down on the list.
It was. It's just, it kind of lacks the supporting cast. It doesn't have the heavy hitters, and this white-black deck is a pile of white cards and then features Thoughtseize and Fatal Push and not many other black cards. So it is just kind of using those cards to round out the already solid core that it has.
Make sure you buy yourself a couple of turns and then start kind of crashing your way there. It's like you can play so many different one-cost cards that are a menace from the Boros energy side of things. How good really is Fatal Push doing?
I mean, it's still good. You generally end up feeling like you couldn't possibly draw enough of them. It's like, I need more of these.
I think it's exactly why you don't want to play so many. Perhaps a big liability to the Orzhov decks we roll into it. You want to talk about a card I love.
Is it Ragavan?
No, it's the White Orchid Phantom.
I know.
I actually don't like Ragavan that much. I'm speaking from a mono red player, mind you.
Yeah, it is technically a red card, but it's not like a Goblin Guide. It's not like a Bernie card. It's a card you play alongside your Thoughtseize or counter spells,
Boo.
Yeah, White Orchid Phantom, though, nice card, just great stats, flying first strike. Does potentially shut down this Ragavan and does a good job of keeping things like Urza Saga in check. Very good against the Goblin Char Belcher decks. Just has a lot of good utility to it.
Getting word that we might be on a restart. Am I reading this correctly? Maybe not.
White Orchid Phantom, too good.
Okay, it doesn't look like we're going to be on that right now. So Ritzy right now is looking like he's taking his time. What land do you actually want to grab? Okay. Everything's all good. Raven Charm. You know, I have to say that this is not a card I think I would have picked to go into Boros Energy if I had to pick everything here.
Oh, it's so good, though. I think you read it and you're kind of underwhelmed, but the versatility is unmatched, I think.
It's just
2 mana,
an answer,
instant
and this
speed.
is doing it.
Yeah, like able to be a removal spell, killing enchantments is super meaningful, and
Taking out a
it
first
also
strike.
just tags graveyards. It's awesome.
The fact that it also has the ability to, at instant speed, demonic tutor for the graveyard hate. That's what it feels like it's doing.
Yeah, I mean,
The other two
you
effects
could
are just close
play.
enough.
You could just play all strong cards on their face, but inevitably you're going to run into something where maybe Guide of Souls is just not good enough. Like if your opponent is doing something a little bit unfair, and so you want some amount of these sideboard feeling cards to creep up in your main deck so that you're not forced to get too much out of your 15 cards. This way you get to play Thraben Shard main deck. Maybe it's not the best removal spell possible, but it feels like you get to play more like a 17 card sideboard.
Missed draw, I would say, from BFG's side. I think a land would have been great to see there. Still plenty of options to go from his perspective, though. Wants to stop the Ragavan, looks like, with just a single block. And from Ritzy's side, being able to take out the creature, get the token, and set up for this turn. Had a Surveil land in play here. Now suddenly has a lot more.
Yeah, definitely some interesting options on Ritzy's side. I think if you asked him if he would want to just trade his Ragavan for Ophelia, he would have just taken that. So I don't think he's too upset about that. Now he just has to figure out how he wants to correctly sequence things and maybe try and get the most value from this Seasoned Pyromancer as possible.
I see. From a blind perspective, yes, she'll trade it for the Ophelia. Ooh, that's a tough one right there. Look at the bottom right. On that Surveil, Galvanic Discharge, I feel like is a tough one to get away from so easily.
Yeah, like if you wanted to play the Pyromancer next turn, it's great in that it gives you a 1 mana card that you can get to empty out your hand with a little bit. And even if your opponent doesn't cooperate, doesn't play a creature that you necessarily want to target, you could just go after your own cat token to transform your own Ajani.
Wisp, I imagine, is going to take that out. I don't want to turn my own land into a creature just yet from BFG's side. I'd much rather have the land.
Yeah, BFG just got that land.
I think this might be the turn for Ritzy to kind of pop off.
Oh, you saw him move the Flage over. Might be thinking about just casting that instead.
I think it's looking great to me. Solitude going to stop this, Sever. I feel like with the Solitude right now, you have to hold the Ephemerate or you're going to lose.
Yeah, also just BFG being a little bit behind on board and on life and everything. I feel like Solitude Ephemerate is maybe the way that you come back into this game.
ETH gets drawn. That's likely going to be a Surveil land.
I was thinking the same thing.
Static Prison. These are not the hottest draws from Ritzy's side. Like, these are great answers for things, but they're not great answers right now. You don't want answers. You want pressure.
Yeah, like I said, it can be kind of awkward if your opponent doesn't cooperate and play things that you want to kill when you're trying to get value out of this Seasoned Pyromancer.
I imagine for right now, though, that the Seasoned Pyromancer, this is maybe where it gets it done.
Could also just see the Flage coming back. Could potentially run afoul of the Solitude combo, but then your opponent's out of cards. Maybe that's not so bad.
It's the interaction point you have to be afraid of from Ritzy's perspective. What happens if they have Solitude Ephemerate? Right now, it feels like that's the only thing you can lose to.
Then your opponent throws all their cards away. They end up with a 3/2 lifelinker and a Surveil, effectively. And Ritzy then still has the Pyromancer and 2 removal spells as backup. I think he still likes his spot.
You're not wrong. I think he's also, considering pitching. You don't have to pitch both of them. You can pitch one.
True, yeah. It's not nothing that the Flage would get BFG down to 6, presumably 5 when he cracks his fetch land too.
Oh, excuse me. Seasoned Pyromancer is discard 2 cards. I was confusing this for Fable. Yeah, it is a must discard on the season.
Yeah, you said it so confidently, you convinced me.
I mean, I was very confident it was. I played too much Fable. I think the Flage in that instance, then, when you break everything down, it's probably the way to go about it. It's getting taken out here, which is really rough to look at, but it's not necessarily a counterattack. This is now like a rebuild from BFG's side. It's like now you have a way to get back into the game.
Yeah, you don't exactly get value off of the Ephemerate rebound. You do get the 3 life off the attack, which is pretty valuable.
Flicker Wisp drawn. Not so good. It is a 3/1 flyer. That's probably the benefit right now. Looks like you're going to get another Surveil.
Well, I mean, you could do that, or you could just get the 2/2 also.
I think the Surveil might be worth more. That's a good question. He's going to take the 2/2.
Got to get this party started when your opponent's at 26.
Yeah, you're not wrong. But I'm looking at, like, you know, can we get to a Ketramos? Can we get to an Overlord? I think the dig to your important cards is worth more personally. But that to me, this is like such a key turn in the game right now.
I think so too. We'll see if this ends up paying off or costing BFG. I don't know. I think it's a close decision either way.
Look, I don't mind a 2/2. I'm very much a more is more right now kind of player.
So how long is Mattia going to hold this Pyromancer for? I think that is the question.
It's really tough, I think, to keep the Static Prison here when you have to pay. Because this game's looking like it's going to take a bit. So he is going to say, you know what, I can pay for it for 3 turns. It's going to be good enough for me.
I do think, though, if Mattia is able to
oh my gosh,
surveil into a Guide of Souls, he could be in business, but the Orcish Bowmaster draw from BFG is going to be... Oh!
Another discharge.
Very interesting scenario, though. Like, on its face, keeping the discharge makes sense, because you get another energy for the Static Prison if you want to kill the Witch Enchanter, but maybe you play the Pyro and see what happens. It would be the biggest soul read of all time if he just played the Pyro and passed priority, you know? Three copies of Bowmaster in the list.
This is just such a huge turn. I feel like the Bowmaster's probably is ending it here. This is just so brutal. How do you recover from this? You just spent all of your cards to keep this at bay. You spent everything to pressure. Now suddenly your opponent has 4 power on the board.
I mean, it swung in the opposite direction, but it's not necessarily game over, right?
It's not game over.
Mattia still has 22 life to work with.
It is looking rough.
Still a long road from 22.
Oh my gosh.
The swings back and forth.
This is crazy. Now the other question too is with Flage, which one are you taking out here? Are you taking out the bow or are you taking out the token? The token's the biggest one.
I could see either or. I mean, the Flage plus Guide of Souls is going to give Mattia more life to work with, so I could see him just going after the Bowmaster because one of his strongest cards at this point is going to be another Seasoned Pyromancer.
So you're playing into how do I actually get there? And the answer to that is, again, opportunity. You need that big draw to get it done, but is it worth costing yourself pressure for it?
Yeah,
that's tough.
Much like BFG's scenario before with the Flicker Wisp, I think Mattia has a close call here too.
Oh, he's taking a different plan. He's saying, I'm going to take out your Bogart Trawler here.
I could see that. That makes sense. Mattia is a way off of escaping that Flage, but that does kind of ensure that that is going to stay around for at least a little bit longer. Whereas you leave the Trawler in play, your opponent could just draw a Flicker Wisp or an Ephemerate at any point.
Oh my gosh! If he would have hit the Marcus Bowmasters! Oh, my heart!
Or even, yeah, maybe taking out the Orc army too. Like now if you play it, the opposing army becomes 5/5. You can't really burn it out. So is it worth playing this Pyromancer here to draw 2 cards? You know your Guide of Souls is going to die from the Bowmaster.
Do you have
Mattia
an option?
doesn't have enough energy to buff the Guide of Souls.
You'd get the energy before the Pyromancer? Is that right?
Yeah, but it's an attack trigger.
Oh, it's an attack trigger. The energy. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. It's not just pay 3, it's when a creature attacks it, you get the 3. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, you're attacking first.
I think you attack if you are going to play the Pyromancer, yeah. But oh, this is interesting.
Oh, he's hasting the Pyromancer.
So you haste the Pyro because you assume that your opponent is going to shoot down the Guide of Souls when you draw cards with the Pyromancer, and Mattia left a red floating from the arena in case he drew a follow-up red creature to play. Or follow-up any creature, really.
Oh my gosh, the Galvanic Discharge gets drawn here as well.
So that's good. Unfortunate that you had to lose your Guide of Souls to get to this point. I think a person in Mattia's spot might be in the position where they think that they are playing from behind and try to get turtle up and get more defensive, but Mattia still has his eye on the prize, is still namely concerned with just getting his opponent down to 0 life.
Which I think is the right call right now.
I think so too.
You got in 2 damage. You have another Flage in your hand. You can still escape from the graveyard. He's got the right plan in mind. Mind you, there's still Lightning Bolt in the deck.
True. Also, more copies of Flage.
I think this is a brilliant plan.
That 2 damage was enough to convince BFG to keep that 5/5 back too.
That's a huge deal. When you're able to shut down a 5/5 because you attacked for 2, BFG's scared. I don't blame him.
Like I said, I think a lot of players in Mattia's spot would be like, I need to turtle up, I need to be defensive, and the best way to ensure that your life total is not under attack is to actually attack your opponent.
When offense is a form of defense. Look at this. Discharge on the token. Pay the 5. Pay the 1 from Static Prison here. Another Blaze gets drawn!
So Static Prison no longer has any energy to work with. But Seasoned Pyromancer gets in for 2. BFG's down to 4. Flage puts him to 1. Killing the 5/5 is also huge too, because it takes away the potential out for BFG to Solitude his own creature.
Oh my gosh. So now BFG is going to have to Flicker Wisp the Overlord. This is not a question anymore. Now you have a Solitude target.
Yeah, it was
but that's your
huge
whole
picking
hand.
up a white card. I guess the Overlord could kind of ensure you have a white card anyway, but...
Oh my gosh. This is so close.
So Mattia right now does not know any of BFG's cards. If BFG picks up another Solitude, creates this interesting staring contest, I think.
I think when you don't pick up a Solitude, that says a lot more.
Oh, well. Picked up a Kaya, which is the white card, and now gets the Flicker Wisp back. That might tell Mattia something, flickering the Bowmaster instead of the Overlord.
It's a pretty high cost Solitude, though.
It is. I mean, the Overlord kind of did his job, though.
Target your own creature. Creature's controller gains the life.
So that'll put BFG up to 6 and then down to 3. With exactly enough cards in the graveyard to escape the Flage next turn. Mattia is also going to attack with his Pyromancer into these Flicker Wisps, just because why not? Trade or take it. Both are fine.
Ocelot. Now for Kaya to gain life here, this is target non-land permanent that you have to exile. Excuse me. No, I'm reading this totally wrong because of my reading the card entirely wrong. Excuse me.
It also does exile just 2 cards, so there are 3 Flages though.
It's 2 HP would put you at 5. 2 life, going to 5. Getting rid of more cards in the graveyard. This is one of the closest games I've ever seen.
Yeah, this is wild. So
it's just going back and forth, turn after turn after turn.
So Kaya can exile 2 of the Flages. That leaves exactly enough for Mattia to escape one of them.
It's going to be escape. It's going to be with haste as well. Because the arena,
right. So yeah, BFG is going to go to 5, but I think Mattia is going to be able to get 2 triggers off this Flage.
Prison gets drawn as well.
Kaya looked pretty good here, honestly. Like, just needed one more turn to come down a turn sooner or be able to untap with her for an extra turn. And could have just locked it up.
Yeah, I mean, that is about as close, I think, as it possibly gets. The last turn not being able to pay for the Static Prison. Bringing back the Flicker Wisp. Forcing the cast onto your own card to gain HP. When was the last time you cast a Swords to Plowshares on your own creature? Solitude
probably like a week ago, but
Well,
it
okay,
never
fair
feels good.
It feels like you're losing at that point. The Kyle almost like everything
How
mattered.
many points of damage did Mattia miss that game? 0. And did overkill by 1, but I think it all mattered. I think it was huge.
Well, the pressure at every single point. You saw the 6/6 token getting held back for a turn. How do you have to do that? This is crazy.
And that's why Mattia's my horse. He's playing with all his heart every time.
It is unreal how good Mattia Ritze actually is. Every single time I watch him play, I'm just like, my gosh, he's fully locked in.
So I'm kind of getting the vibe
mode
now that Mattia thinks that he is the beatdown in the matchup.
Oh, do you think that?
I feel like that's where we are. Obviously, that could change after sideboard, but it looks like both of these decks, considering that they are just piles of white mid-range creatures for the most part, a lot of their sideboard stuff is targeted at the scarier decks in the format, the combo decks, the ramp decks, things of that nature, and they don't have a lot to target each other with.
Yeah, when you look back at BFG's deck right now, it is the additional copies of the White Orchid Phantom, a couple Wrath of Skies. It's a lot of 2-of cards that are shoring up the matchup. And with the way that his deck is built right now, there's a lot of 2-of cards you can essentially take out in a lot of spots. A lot of stuff that you can move down to 1 copy of, some stuff that you can just completely take advantage of. One of the big ones I'm looking at is Celestial Purge from the sideboard. This is a card that actually has a lot more flex than I initially gave it credit for. The fact that there's black creatures all over the place that you would want to Celestial Purge, the fact that there's red creatures all over the place that you would want to Celestial Purge, and the fact that a lot of cards, even though they don't fit into that category you would normally think about, what ends up happening is they splash for that same color. And this doesn't say creature, it says permanent. And that is such a big difference.
It being permanent is a huge deal. Just being able to take out a Planeswalker or a Goblin Bombardment or something, there's a ton of utility lined up in that card. So I don't think either player is going to get many cards to help them post-board, but certainly the ones that they do get are very meaningful.
Kicking off with Marsh Flats from BFG's on the play. Ritzy's got the Guide of Souls on turn 1, and this is just such a menace of the format.
It's so innocuous, though. It's just a 1/2. You know, it's a life gain card, right?
Yeah, it's just a 1/2 that also gains life when you play stuff, and that also gives creatures +1/+1 counters and flying. That also gives you energy for your Boros energy deck.
Yeah, okay, maybe it's the energy part that is the scary part.
BFG's hand is looking really nice right now. It is tough, I think, to construct a better hand for BFG than right now.
Yeah, I think one of the main ways that BFG can get ahead in this matchup is being able to utilize Solitude to its fullest, and certainly this hand is set up to do that. So many ways to blink that card, no shortage of white cards to pitch to it. It's just a matter of whether or not Mattia can actually disrupt that.
As we saw last game, a lot of the disrupting that is continue to attack.
Yeah, fight through it. I mean, that's a fine way to do it, I guess. Just deal your opponent 40 damage. That's fine. Yeah, big choice here from Mattia. A lot of different options. I could see playing out second Guide of Souls, just getting that party started. It might seem kind of bad to have to float a mana effectively, but you can always fetch a Surveil land. I could also just play the 2-drop that you have, Voice of Victory.
One of
this is kind of nice
things about Voice of Victory
the action
is
here
that
too.
You can't kill the Voice of Victory right away. Once it hits play, that effect is in part. You have to take your action before Voice of Victory, which means if you want to take this down, you now have to do it on your turn. This is a way to force mana from your opponent, which ends up just always being some of my favorite cards in the game. The fact that this is making BFG have to look at the scenario and take action right now is a big deficit of what he would normally be doing in this matchup.
Yeah, it is huge. I mean, you very normally do not necessarily want to like Solitude Ephemerate on your main phase. You just wait for the most opportune time to do it, but now is just in a position where he has to.
Yeah, no way this Ephemerate isn't coming down with this one. That is a must. Solitude now just in play. So Ritzy now with a big wall in front of him. Important to note, Solitude is up to 1. You do not have to take the action.
True. Very important. So Ophelia gets a little bit bigger, and now it looks like BFG is pretty far ahead. And if Mattia even wanted to do something, you know, play out some creatures or whatever, those are probably just going to get eaten by more Solitudes.
Sounds to me like you have to be on the back foot.
So step 1 is probably get that dog out of here somehow.
If this Flage ever goes to face, I'm quitting. I mean the one right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I know what you mean.
I don't mean the escape. That's a technicality that I don't want used against me. Yeah, if this dog remains in play for another turn, I think that the other turn is probably a game-winning difference.
I do too. I think Mattia probably feels the same way and is just trying to think about which card he would prefer to use on which of the things that is currently attacking him. Because if you Flage the Philia, how are you going to deal with the Solitude? Maybe you want to use the March on the Philia.
I think he's considering what happens if I March Philia and get a creature in play as well. He's going through every option because why wouldn't you?
True. And yeah, I guess if you're going to March, you can wait at the very least until your opponent's upkeep.
You could technically wait for longer as well. I mean, you buying himself some extra health by Philia attacking, trying to remove Solitude.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that that's going to happen. I think Mattia just doesn't want to main phase it when BFG had a mana open and could ephemerate it. It's much better for BFG to have to use it on his upkeep, or it's worse for BFG rather. And yeah, upkeep so that BFG has one less turn to actually draw the ephemerate.
Like a Flicker Wisp. Let's surveil again.
Flicker Wisp does a lot of small things, but it just means that there's always something for it to do. It's maybe never necessarily the standout card, but it is kind of the glue that holds these decks together.
I feel like this Goblin Bombardment looks so appealing from Ritzy's perspective. You still have life to work with. You have an escape card in your hand that you're going to be throwing to the winds. But from BFG's side, with March of Otherworldly Light in hand, this is another lost turn for Mattia Ritzy.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's that bad. Like, Mattia doesn't have a ton of fuel for the bombardment. I think it makes sense to play it out and ensure that you have a way to protect Flage from an exile effect, for example. But if this gets tagged by a March, I don't think Mattia feels that bad about it necessarily.
I feel like the big one was it was taking out the Flicker Wisp here.
Yeah, given that Guide of Souls does not have much to trigger off of at this point, I feel like that's maybe a reasonable trade, but Mattia could also surveil here and get some information first before making a decision.
Gosh, it's just so many little things that come into play. Ooh. Voice of Victory? That might be a throwaway right now. I don't know, though. Mobilize 2 feels really huge.
Well, it would feel a lot better if you still had the guide and the bombardment to combo with it, but it doesn't necessarily fit into what Mattia wants to do in the next turn, I think.
Yeah,
And it might actually just serve him better as a card in the graveyard to escape Flage with.
I think you're right about that, because not only are you losing losing exactly what you said, just on the fuel for it, but you're also losing the Goblin Bombardment. So what good is it really? I think you're absolutely right. It's the card in the graveyard. So BFG, a ton of life to work with right now, but honestly, I feel like the advantage is slowly shifting over to Ritzy's side because of the Flage.
Yeah, this is what Mattia was setting up for, right? He was able to pick apart the little mini combo that BFG had going and just maneuver the game into a situation where you get to escape a Flage and not be under too much pressure, and hope that that's good enough. And even if not, I mean, he's still got plenty of other gas to work with.
Concealed Courtyard's the draw, and that's not what BFG wanted to see. He wanted to spend 5 mana. And instead, it's going to be spending 0.
Yeah, definitely not a great turn. Very unfortunate. Even if it was an untapped land, you'd be able to cast a Solitude this turn.
Players debate all the time how many copies of the Surveil land. 2 is about the max.
Yeah, if I didn't have to draw them all the time, I'd probably play more, but...
Ephemerate gets drawn. Being able to spend that 5 mana last turn is like, it feels like night and day right now.
Yeah, it does leave your Solitude vulnerable, which is unfortunate. And if that gets killed, then you have this Ephemerate hanging out, not doing anything.
Oh, no. I imagine that BFG's looking over the deck list real quick again, make sure that there's no instant interaction that makes a big difference here. Doesn't look like the list has much. It looks like Solitude's going to hit play, and if it's going to get picked off, it's going to get picked off. Bombardment. Ship it over.
A lot of patience from Mattia.
Wow. Overlord gets drawn. That is massive.
Oh, it's so huge.
How
Yeah,
are
you could
you supposed to beat this?
could cast it for 5 mana, or you could just play it for 2, get back Flicker Wisp, and do it that way.
I think
Mattia
Ritzy's
showing a ton of patience here, not just jamming the Pyromancer, holding this Thraben Charm for exactly this kind of scenario.
I think that Ritzy, either way, still got his work cut out for him here.
A little bit. I mean, Seasoned Pyromancer tends to solve a lot of problems.
You're not wrong.
So we saw Ritzy surveil into a Thraben Charm, keep that on top. Is going to play the Pyromancer. Then with the trigger on the stack, use the Thraben Charm to take out something.
Wow.
What did I say?
On earth is Ritzy still in this game? At the advantage, I would say.
Patience. I think that was it. Well, it's kind of nice that BFG did not want to draw a 6 land and drew a DFC. Was able to play as a creature, but not doing a ton in the face of this Goblin Bombardment, certainly.
Going about this, little tough. Still lots to do for Ritzy in this perspective. It's not just as easy as advantage, straightforward.
Yeah, certainly. I think getting the Ajani transformed is where you want to be. Start milking that advantage as much as possible. You saw the little pause there when he played the Ajani, maybe expecting something to kill the bombardment in response, and was pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, getting the flip here and having the additional permanents active under the color, I think that Ritzy now knows pretty much exactly what's going on in this spot. And I think BFG really is going to need a miracle here, because this is so much that Ritzy has been able to do over the last couple of turns. Like, if a deck is doing this much, it really begs the question, what are you supposed to play? If you're just simply trying to win, what is the deck? And I'm looking at this, and it's I don't expect to be able to play to the same pedigree that Ritzy's playing, but my gosh, this is overwhelming. How do you climb out of this?
Yeah, I mean, Mattia is basically doing the same thing that BFG was threatening in the early game with the Solitude and Blinking. Like, you have this Ajani Goblin Bombardment engine that effectively just mows down all of your opponent's creatures, right? And is doing it with permanents that are harder to kill.
Arguably better. Oh no, another land!
Another land, and that Ephemerate still stranded there.
I'm glancing at the clocks too. I mean, this has been 20 minutes that we're looking at taking from the clocks at this point, and this is 1-0 right now. Oh, Boros Energy.
It could be
really
a slogfest.
Yeah, no, it is.
I mean, this is turn 11, but there was just like action almost every turn up until this point.
Yeah.
A lot of very intricate things going on too in terms of like timing and sequencing.
Perhaps a shred of hope? I don't think so. I think the Galvanic Discharge is pulling that away.
Yeah, I don't know what BFG's best draw would be. This may be a thing that does give him a semblance of hope. We're like, oh, at least I can buy a little bit of time.
Just to make sure.
But Johnny tends to kill people pretty quickly.
He is the Nakadal Avenger. BFG says, let's get this party over with. Galvanic Discharge. You go, great. I have an Ephemerate. Oh, maybe not.
No, Mattia's doing this
so
so that he can just exile the Pyromancer.
Oh. Oh, wow.
Mattia's too good.
Oh, that is genius mode.
Yeah, so you still have the red permanent here for a Johnny.
Wow. That is like overwhelmingly good.
You have the pause from BFG where it's like, can I do anything here? Pretty sure the answer is no, but I'll double check.
You can right click. That's something you can do.
You can always right click.
Look, I have to say, I think that BFG played a hell of a game there, but Ritzy,
I do too,
has it all wrapped up. Like, when I look at Boros Energy, this deck is great. When I look at Ritzy playing Boros Energy, I don't think that there was like anything in there that I would look at and want to criticize at all.
No, I think he knew his role at every point of both of those games, and just every card he got maximum value from. You know, it seemed like he knew exactly when to jam. He knew exactly when to hold back, be patient. We need to take a little bit of time here. And when his opponent tried to stop him, try to break up his stuff, he always had like the perfect counter ready. He knew what he was doing.
It's just that it's so ridiculous to be able to see both perspectives and still make it feel like that Ritzy has zero criticism against him. When you can see both perspectives, all the time you get to see plays and you're like, if they would have, if they would have it never felt that way from his perspective.
Yeah, like, oh, this play could end up going kind of poorly here because of what is in BFG's hand or whatever. And it was like, nah, like it was like Mattia knew.
It was seriously was like Mattia knew exactly what was going on. Let's take a look at the standings so that we can know exactly what's going on as well, as we are starting to get into the end of this event right now. And I'm seeing 2 players sitting at 5-0 right now. And Jerry, that is giving me an idea of what our grand final match is going to be.
Are they both Boros?
No, they're not.
Okay, cool. All right, I'm happy again.
In fact, I don't think either one of them is Boros.
Lucas is for sure.
Lucas is. Okay, yeah, Lucas is on Boros. But we are not seeing Boros on the other side of it. Rolling down, 4 1s, abundant in this event. Again, this is the largest Magic Online Creator Showdown we've had this year so far. Not really a surprise for Modern. Modern has to be, in my opinion, amongst the competitive players, Modern is the format that they would prefer to play, in as a majority anyway.
As a majority, yeah. I think there are a lot of standard enjoyers now, but I don't know. Modern even captured my heart. You know,
it's just got it right now. I feel like Modern it's doing some work on me, where I would say that a long time ago. You know what? I'm just going to say it. I think that many years ago I was a Modern hater.
Oh, I was for sure. But just look at the games that we've watched today, just like how intricate and cool they are. You have so many decision points all the time. Modern's great.
It just feels like there's every deck available. No matter what archetype you want to play, it feels like that there's something that's there for you right now. But what's coming up for you right now is our 4th and final match of the day in round 6, the grand finals that we have for this. So when we come back from the break, we're going to be seeing 2 and 5-0 decks. And guess what? It is not a Boros Energy mirror match, despite the fact that Boros Energy came to this tournament in abundance. When we come back, that last match of the day. It's the MTGO Creator Showdown. I'm Nathan Zamora. I'm joined by Jerry Thompson. We have been seeing some barn burner matches so far today. Everything has been going back and forth on this one. Jerry, I have to say, this has probably been the most enjoyable Modern experience I've had so far, and I'm not even playing.
I don't know if it's my most enjoyable, but it's up there.
Well, you play a lot of Modern.
Yeah.
I had to practice for this event.
You get to practice.
Ah, there you go. That's the phrasing we were looking for right now. See, you have it, Jerry. That's a natural commentator perspective that ends up happening right there. With that, we have our final matchup of the day that's going to be taking place soon, but we want to update you on exactly what's happening with Magic right now. We have a ton of content that's going to be churned out for this one. So as we take a look tomorrow, that's probably our biggest one we have right now. It's, we're going to be going to the MTGO stream schedule first. As you see there, the Creator Showdown, that's going to be happening Saturday at 11 a.m. Pacific time. We have Mox that's coming up on Sunday. That's tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific time is when it's going to be starting. The Magic Online Championship, effectively, it's going to be happening with this right here. You are not going to want to miss it. That is a big event with a ton of competition stacked at the top end of it. It is a big deal, and I can't wait to see it tomorrow either. With this also, we have more that's going on. When we look at this down our way for the here, Meat and Dingo, they're going to be playing Constructed with community engaging decks. That's going to be on Wednesday and Friday every single time. And with Oblivion, it's going to be educational news, and we're going to be talking about all the different formats and the tips and tricks that you can have on how to play. Not everybody has a ton of time to practice, so get updates on the strong things that you can be doing to help out your games and to also help you get better at it. Going to be having not only this, but it's updates all across on TikTok and on YouTube. You can find that at Official Magic Online on all of those sites, as well as here on Twitch. Twitch.tv/Magic Online is where you're going to be finding all of this weekly content. So make sure that you're checking it out and not missing it if you want to stay up to date on Magic and get just a little bit more out of it. There's tons that you can follow right now. It's all across the week. It's not tough to find something that you can find and engage with. So with that now, we can take a look at our intro and exactly what we're going to be looking at right now. We have 2 5-0 players that we're going to be rolling with in this one. And with that, Jerry, that means that we have a runner-up that's going to be taking place for this big matchup here. We're looking at a hefty difference in the prizes as we're rolling into this one. We have Lucas, who's going to be on Boros Energy, and that's going to be versus Bobsy, who's going to be playing not the Boros Energy decks. And frankly, that's one of the big ones that I'm looking forward to right now, because it's the Boros Energy that's really fighting for that top spot, but now we have something fighting against it for that top spot, and this is exactly what you were talking about at the start of the day.
Yeah, I've been on the Boros Energy side of this matchup, and it is a tough one. Your early stuff is kind of difficult for them to stop, but they certainly own the late game, and a lot of the stuff that Boros can put together that looks pretty strong generally against most people doesn't really cut it here, because you're facing off against giant planeswalkers, giant Eldrazi, just these really big effects, and it can be really difficult for them to keep up.
A lot of times when I look at these really big decks too, it's always a little bit tough for me to figure out exactly where all these cards should go and why. But when I start to look at the top end of this one, I'm seeing quite a few differences now that Breach is out of the format, that it's completely gone. It feels like the top end has continuously changed. When I say the top end, sometimes I'm referring to things like Karn, the great creator, the fact that it has a much different sideboard that it can pull together. I'm looking at Ugin, Eye of the Storms. This is 3 copies of it, and this is a card that really came into play very recently.
Well, it came out very recently, so
exactly.
Definitely one of the cards that got me excited to maybe try this deck in Modern. And it would have to be something like very powerful, very cool to try to convince me to play this sort of thing. Not generally my speed, but Ugin is up there. It is just a very sweet, very powerful card.
That is a ton that's come into play with that card. One of the most powerful planeswalkers I think I've seen in quite some time. As we take a look over at Lucas's side of the board and what he's going to be rolling with, it is a Boros Energy deck, but now the Fable of the Mirror Breaker is coming into play. And as I said earlier, up to 2 cards, that was the Fable of the Mirror Breaker I'm thinking about. But this is a completely different package. When I take a look at this sideboard, this is much different than what Ritzy was rolling with. And with that in play, I think that's a massive difference to the matchups. With different tools in the sideboard mean different matchups.
For sure. I mean, the Molten Rains are definitely going to be a pretty big deal here, especially if you're able to snipe a land that has been enchanted with a Utopia Sprawl. That's kind of the dream. And you may see cards even like Orm's Chant, which are typically for combo matchups, but you can also use them against these ramp decks to just buy you that extra turn you need to get through for lethal.
I think that you could argue that in some regards the ramp decks are frankly it's just a different variation of the combo deck. If you're on the aggressive side of things and you shut down that one giant payoff turn, Orm's Chance does its job then. It's bought you that small window of opportunity you need to counterattack.
Absolutely. I mean, their combos effectively get to 7 mana and then play big card.
All right, that's a heck of a combo right there. That's one of my favorites that we could have rolling into it. We still saw that the pair of Parlors is in there, those 2 Surveil lands that the Boros decks are going to be playing. It's okay to be playing some of these slower lands at times because they're just high utility as we roll into it. So with that now, 2, 5, and 0 players are going to be facing off for this one as we kick off game number 1. And this is looking like some pretty gaseous hands that we have here. Lucas has the Utopia Sprawl. On Bobsy's side, he's got Ocelot Pride. He's got a Johnny. He's got Seasoned Pyromancer with this one. Who do you say has the advantage in this one before we see that who's going first style of option?
I mean, given that Lucas has all the ramp options available, I would assume that he likes his spot, and turn 1 Ocelot Pride, while good, I don't think is as ideal as starting with something like a Ragavan or even a Guide of Souls.
Yeah, I'd have to say that Guide of Souls is probably the most powerful one because of the attack opportunity it provides.
Yeah, I think it's close with Ragavan. It depends. But yeah, Ocelot Pride, it's good. It's just a little bit slower than the other stuff, and tends to also be a lot stronger when you have the other stuff and are able to make more permanence and gain more life and whatnot.
Also important to note, there is one Devourer of Destiny in Lucas's build. This is a card that we often saw 3 or 4 copies of in a lot of Eldrazi ramp decks. He's running the single lone copy of it. Had it in the opening hand this time.
That's all you need.
Why play 4 when you just need 1?
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I don't know. I mean, Ugin kind of changed the game a little bit, where before it was like, oh, what do I do to get all these 7s in my deck to satisfy Ugin's Labyrinth? And Devour Destiny was among the best things that you could have. And now with Ugin, and I guess to a lesser degree, Sire of 7 Deaths, it's like, oh, well, maybe we don't need these anymore.
Talisman. Ooh, hang on.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah, I was initially a little confused by this, but Kozilek's Command, it doesn't look too bad right here. Gives you the ramp.
Yeah, either option ramps you, so it may, I don't know, be pretty easy to just look at that and be like, oh, it's a very clean Rumble turn. We can save this K command for later, but it does make sense to get rid of that Pride, especially with the Goblin Bombardment in play now. Just stop your opponent from accruing more and more permanence, and I mean, you get the spawn either way. So you're threatening to have 7 mana next turn. Obviously, the Goblin Bombardment can take out the spawn and slow you down a little bit, but I like the spot.
Interesting to note that on Kozilek's Command, it says target player makes X01 tokens. If it just said make X01 tokens, that target being gone would counter the effect of it. So very big heads up, I'd say, from the design team.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe they made that mistake with Cryptic Command and then never again.
I have definitely had that mistake with Cryptic Command. Come into play both for and against my favor. Keeping a green open here for Bobsy. Says, I might be able to use it.
Yeah, and if not, I mean, there's no mana burn or anything. Your deck is mostly operating at sorcery speed.
Oh, wow. Talk about a way to use it. The Boju Kabog. Not a big deal, but still a deal nonetheless. And so now it's going to come down to whether or not Bobsy can get the delay and the value necessary for this one. Lucas, I'd say, is pretty far ahead, but does, Johnny's really the cap of the pressure right now. Doesn't have a huge follow-up with it. So I think Bobsy's got some time to get his way out of this one.
Yeah, and that's kind of the inherent problem with this matchup from the Boros side of things is like you do kind of assemble these sort of unwinnable board states for your opponents if they're just playing like a pretty fair Dimir deck or an Orzhov deck or something where a Johnny Bombardment might sort of be insurmountable for that sort of thing, but with the ramp deck, that's not always true. All it takes is, one All-Is Dust to just kind of reset everything.
Johnny's cranking right now, though, and with a Goblin Bombardment out, this is really close. Wait, down
I
to
think
5.
the Seasoned Pyromancer...
Oh, it's right. They're 2-1s. Oh, my gosh. In my head, there were 1-1s. I calculated in my head as 1-1 tokens.
Most cats are, but not the Johnny cats.
They're well-trained. And how could they not be? It's a Johnny who's bringing them here. Oh, my gosh.
But he's only a 1-2. I don't know.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense.
That right there is why I tend to prefer Seasoned Pyromancer over Fable. It's just so much better with Goblin Bombardment. Can very oftentimes speed your clock up by a turn. Just give you a lot of different bodies. Fable's a little bit slower.
Yeah, it is. It does seem like it is a lot slower just because of that key turn as well. Just being able to bring the tokens out, even from the graveyard even, that makes such a huge deal as in addition to it being a 2-2 immediately by itself.
Yeah, we saw the graveyard aspect matter a lot in Mattia's match.
We saw the 2-2 matter a lot from the Arena of Glory.
True. No, that's also true. Can't do that with Fable.
You certainly can't. It takes a long time for Fable to become a 2-2. I don't think mine's ever become a 2-2 in the history of me using the card. But now when I look at the other side, you could be right, I might not have played enough. When I look at the other side of this, there's a lot of cards I feel like that interact from Bobsy's side of the board. You mentioned All-Is Dust. We have a copy of that's going to be bringing in addition to the one that's there. I'm looking at Engineered Explosives, being able to come in and make an impact. There is like Ensnaring Bridge in the sideboard, but I don't feel like that's not really a matchup where I want to bring this in. Like, this seems like a more difficult card to use and something that has to sit in your sideboard. And even still with that, it's Engineered Explosives and such sitting in the board, are these cards I'd rather fetch from a Karn, or are these cards I need to just draw immediately?
Yeah, Karn is a super interesting card. My instinct with this is generally if there is a card that you are going to Karn Wish for the vast majority of the time in a certain matchup, then I would probably keep that in my sideboard. But the secondary and tertiary options for it, it's like those are just okay cards to sideboard in at that point. So you could see some of these weirdo cards make their way into the main deck because also Karn just sort of makes it so you don't have a ton of sideboard space. But it does look like Bobsy's got enough stuff to bring in anyway. All-Is Dust, maybe the Dismembers, maybe Sire of Seven Deaths,
We're going to have to see the options as we roll into it. And you mentioned that Utopia Sprawl in a Forest. That is the dream to hit with Molten Rain. And let me tell you what, Jerry, there are very few cards I like more than Molten Rain.
See, that we can agree on. An odd favorite of mine. I was a big Slith Firewalker gamer back in the day.
Oh, yes.
I mean, best card to combo with Molten Rain is Ragavan. You should like Ragavan.
I would think I would. I don't know. Just feels not out of place. I don't know how to describe it. Just not my card. You know what? This is exactly why. My Ragavan has never attacked in the history of mankind.
Your Fable never reaches Chapter 3. Your Ragavan never attacks.
Just
I understand
unlucky.
why you don't play Modern.
Voice of victory for Lucas. This feels like a pretty good turn here on Lucas's side. Pretty much any pressure combined with the Molten Rain next turn is going to be a big deal.
Yeah, I think overall that was a pretty ideal draw, honestly, outside of maybe a second copy of Molten Rain. But barring that, getting what is effectively a 3-power attacker has some synergies down the line if you do end up getting a Goblin Bombardment or an Ocelot Pride or something into play too. So not too bad.
Bobsy's draws not been so hot. It does have the Mycosynth. Mycospawn, excuse me. I always call this card Sowing Mycosynth for some reason. I'm thinking about the Lattice. Oh, no. He's not about to... Oh, no!
Whoa.
Bobsy's just loaded 2 Utopia Spells in a forest. And that means Molten Rain is about to be a crippling effect.
Well, it depends. He could just go for the land destruction aspect on this, I think.
Oh.
Oh, nope. Choosing a card from library.
Yeah, it's really tough for me to choose the land destruction, I think. Wait, he doesn't have the mana for the land destruction.
Oh, right. It's not choose. It's only kick. I was thinking it was choose one, and then if kicked, choose both. Yeah, maybe it's fine because you're also accelerating that even if Lucas spends his turn Molten Raining here, you're still kind of fine with that.
It's not a non-basic, so you at least get to keep 2 points of life. Stops the Voice of Victory from attacking as well.
Also true. While it functionally has 3 power, it itself does not have 3 power, so...
Yeah. So that 4 mana 3/3 Hill Giant's coming into effect. Ooh. That is so painful to watch. Another
Ooh.
Sowing Mycospawn here. Holy moly, that's a huge draw.
It is good. Bobsy's also one short of kicking it this turn, unfortunately.
You think that means wait?
Not necessarily.
Now, what's the grab here?
Another temple seems reasonable. Other option would be maybe a Surveil land.
Single copy of that with Underground Mortuary. I have to say that, you know, with watching how brutal that energy could be in those previous matchups, I'm willing to say that Bobsy has the advantage here, but frankly, I'm not sure how much.
Well, this is very similar to playing against Burn and being at 3 life. You know, it's like, okay, I'm ahead. I finally stopped all their stuff. But they're going to draw Lava Spike and kill you. That's just how it always goes down. And I feel like the same thing happens with Eldrazi. Like, oh, they're hell-bent.
Oh, goodness.
Well, that's not an Emrakul or anything, but Karn the Great Creator is not bad. 3 mana left over too, so this could be an Ensnaring Bridge potentially.
Could it be anything else? Wow. And that's a shutdown.
I mean, it doesn't completely lock Lucas out of the game by any means, but it does buy Bobsy a lot of time.
Lucas gonna discard. Wants the draw. You have to find a way to handle this Ensnaring Bridge.
Which, honestly, could just be fine Goblin Bombardment. You know, that's a pretty good way to handle it.
It is really tough to imagine that you're not taking off this Karn right now.
I mean, you could do it a slightly better way, I think, by killing your own cat. And transforming a Johnny.
Lucas agrees. Saves you a bit of energy as well.
But now the table is kind of turned because this is a clock. You know, this does matter.
It's a very dangerous clock as well. Not the best card in the world, but I'll tell you what, it is not the worst one.
I thought you were a dig through time hater.
This is not a dig through time.
It's the exact same thing.
This is way better.
All right, fine. It is better, but still.
My gosh. This is not good for Lucas.
So X is 7. Oh, this is beautiful. Makes 7 spawns, and then does the Scry X draw card thing. Sanctum of Ugin tutors up Devourer of Destiny. That can take out the Ajani. And then we're back into the holding pattern.
My gosh.
Oh, never mind. That 7 mana will be better spent as
that looks pretty good. Oh, by the way, these green cost cards here, they're not creatures. I'm sorry, they're not colored. They are devoid.
Yep. I don't think it matters too much because there's still that ensnaring bridge, but sort of insult to injury, you know?
I think we're going to be looking at game 3, and it's going to be real quick.
Yeah, this is kind of the problem with Boros. Your opponent starts playing 7 mana cards. You draw a 1-cost 1/2.
Oh my god. It's another command. What on earth is Lucas supposed to do with this game?
This is why a lot of people splash Consign to Memory.
I mean, it was the most played card in the event.
Wasn't enough to stop Bobsy.
There's a certain point where you have too many colorless cards. You have to have the window of attack as well.
Yeah, it is very much clock plus disruption. Pile of disruption ultimately doesn't do a whole lot. They will just run you out of it eventually.
I think that command is a large reason why that's the case.
Oh, yeah.
This card is so insane.
It's the glue. Honestly, it's a fine thing to do early, an incredible thing to do late.
Obviously looking at a scry as well at the end of turn. At least that's what I imagine this Heath is going to do. Sorry, a surveil, not a scry.
Or setting up for something massive. I don't know.
A draw. Give him those extra points, though. If the opponent's got a card in hand, you can force through that couple of points of damage.
Yeah, attack with the Elemental as a 1/1, and then Guide of Souls triggers, put some more counters on it.
Get the energy back from the cat. Oh my gosh. This deck is huge draw after huge draw.
That's what I said. You're playing against Burn at 3 life. Their deck is all Lava Spikes. What do you expect them to draw? Especially every other turn, they're scrying 6 and drawing a card, you know?
I guess it's a pretty big question on whether or not you play this Karn. But I feel like you have to. It's not like a must that you play it, but I really feel like you have to. The question I see is, if the opponent draws another Guide to Souls or draws a way to pick off the Karn, what then should be your proactive effect against that? Because if we're playing Karn here, I imagine this is a minus.
I don't know. I could also see it just going up and keeping 0 for bridge, but you could also minus and do that.
Ooh.
I like this. Just trying to lock it up. What is the name, though? Is it just Bombardment?
I mean, that's the card that deals damage, right? Is there anything else there?
Or Flage, yeah.
Yeah, Flage is probably a better one.
Well, yeah. There are more copies of Flage, but it's slower.
Screenshot.
Yeah, you get that Stone Brain equity. You see how your opponent sideboarded.
Couple points. But if you can't take out Karn, that means that Bhopsy is going to be way ahead. That one's not dead in hand. There are 2 lands that produce black mana.
Just good deck building from Bobsy.
Which I have learned just now that is pronounced actually Bhopsy.
See, that's what I thought, but I was just copying you.
Well, look, I asked for phonetic spelling, okay?
And that's why I thought I should copy you.
I didn't actually ask for that. I lamented that I did not do that.
Oh, I thought you asked and it was not given. Oh, next time. Next time, my friend.
That's the other caster angle, as we were talking about for this one. But Bhopsy, it's just a matter of Stone Brain at this point. Name everything that can kill you. Got Flage last turn, getting Goblin Bombardment this turn. Lucas can maybe get through 2 points of damage on the following turn. Dismember is in hand. But even then, Bhopsy can see what Lucas's deck has. Says, you know what? I don't even need this points of life. I just need you to not attack.
The Karn Stone Brain interaction is so funny. You just keep getting the same Stone Brain back over and over again because it exiles itself.
It's beautiful. I'm looking at this Thraben Charm. It does not say target artifact.
It has a lot of modes on it, but that is not one of them, unfortunately. So how can Lucas deal 6 damage?
Well, Wrath of the Skies can take care of the Ensnaring Bridge. Problem is it takes care of the rest of your stuff. Is there a Ghost Vacuum, maybe? It is really tough for me to see a way out of this at this point.
Yeah, those are very sketchy answers, I think.
Look, I'm trying to come up with something here, all right?
A Johnny, kill your own Johnny. So Seasoned Pyromancer maybe gets that going.
Oh, boy. Man, a short on this one? I guess, are we taking the Karn up or down? It's going up. This Karn's got more work to do. Worm's Chant.
It's interesting. I don't know if it helps or does anything.
Well, so you could Orm's Chant your opponent, to make it to where they can't cast the spell. And then you draw Goblin Bombardment. But they've all been taken out, isn't that correct?
Yep.
So let's say you draw Orm's Chant, and then you draw Orm's Chant. It's a land that gets drawn, though. The other thing I was looking at here was, can you stop your opponent? That would have been back-to-back Orm's Chants, which would have gotten through a couple points of damage, and then maybe Molten Rain afterwards. But it was like, you needed a miracle to take place, is what it felt like.
Yeah. Definitely agree with that. Does draw a Discharge, which can take out the Karn, but Lucas knows that an Ugin is coming down, so can't really afford to do that.
Yeah,
this
Lucas
is tough.
It's grasping at straws.
Yeah, I mean, you're technically not drawing dead yet. You plus this Ugin enough times, and maybe it becomes that way.
My gosh, if this was a card that was printed a few years back, this would have been like 13 mana.
It does feel silly that, you know, a very expensive Planeswalker gets printed and immediately people are like, this is going to be good in Modern. But 7 is kind of the magic number in a lot of ways.
It really is. You play the ramp, 7 mana. Metal coating. Is he just looking for a card to put in play? Oh, you can turn things into artifacts and shut them down with the coating. Oh.
So this kind of stops the Ajani angle, sort of.
Oh, boy. And slowly the grip tightens.
Yeah. I like how... Normally, the ramp decks just win with the Giant Eldrazi, right? But the way this game played out, it just necessitated that Karn effectively turns you into like a Lantern control deck. Finds the Ensnaring Bridge, Stone Brains all your cards, then we just draw go forever.
Now that's magic.
It is a way to do a final, yeah.
Look, if I can't effectively play Stasis against my opponent, what am I doing?
Playing Regavan.
Yeah, fair enough. Maybe that's why I don't like the card.
Because it's not Stasis.
No, it's that it can't be Stasis.
True.
Maybe it's because it's too good for a mono red card. Maybe that's my feeling. Pyromancer is a couple more. Not really much help, though.
Not yet, but attempting to play through this land destruction and whatnot. To what end, I don't really know.
I think, you know what I think actually could be the true out of this one? I'm not sure, again, with how they sideboarded, but if it's Showdown of the Skalds, and you can hit Wrath of Skies there plus backup, that could be a way out.
In theory, but I don't think that either of those cards is coming in the matchup is the problem.
I don't think so either. But, you know, again, I'm trying to think of miracles here. Because Lucas is going to need one if he wants to not see Game 3. Karn getting taken down, I think, is something. Beseech you.
Well, it simply prolongs the game more, I think.
You could use it, maybe? How many basic lands is your opponent taking on? Just the one? Yeah, just the one, so they're still mountain. Might as well hurry it along, though. That's right. They get. Never mind.
Anything that
Just
has a
land.
land type.
Yeah. I'm too used to vintage.
But if it does come down to a scenario where Bobsy is just drawing more Myco spawns, maybe gets another Karn in play, it's like killing all of your opponent's actual lands could actually be a thing that happens.
There's a Johnny.
Okay. So now might be in a spot where maybe you hold this until
It's the right moment,
you
yeah.
find another discharge.
Picking off the Ajani and then turning it into something else. That is a way to win right now.
How many
Turn
ways?
for Lucas.
How many ways left does Lucas have to kill a cat token?
I don't know, but we're thinning out the deck pretty quickly to him. Oh boy. So B Hobsy now has to look. What's the way to use this?
I think it's just go after another land.
Think so? No merit to popping off your Ensnaring Bridge and starting the attack?
Yeah, I mean, you could do that. The problem is, I think you're very open to a counterattack. And also, your opponent gets to block with Pyro and make tokens.
Ooh, yeah. No, you're right. You're right. You're right. I'm trying to look at this because clock has to be a concern as well.
It's definitely true. I don't know if that should force you into a thing that risks you losing the game when you're a little bit ahead, you know?
It's very easy with the right draw to just win the game in game number 3, so I agree with you. Gosh, it's so close on so many different angles of things. Lucas has a way out of this, but frankly, it's very thin.
Oh, it's happening.
Oh, he's going for the Ensnaring Bridge. And now the question of how much can you attack with? Just the Devourer and one Myco Spawn. There's no arenas on the other side?
Interesting.
This certainly leaves me with a question mark and an exclamation. I'm very curious about how this is going to work out.
Me too. I think this changes a lot.
Yeah, don't forget, you can pay that mana end of turn with Pyromancer.
Yeah, so 5 creatures against 3 blockers. Doesn't seem like the best Alpha Strike possible. Could play a Johnny and just freely send in that cat, though.
It's important to note as well that we have seen all the Flasias gone. We've seen all the Goblin Bombardments gone. Stonebrain is taking care of those. So this isn't simply an Alpha Strike and then hope to draw Flage. That cannot be the case anymore.
Any Alpha Strike from Lucas might just be fine, too, because Bobsy's not representing lethal, really, but...
It says hold back, so I can just keep developing creatures and get it done. Oh, boy.
The gas has stopped flowing for the Eldrazi deck.
Yeah, this is bad. Luke is still holding off a 6-power attack every turn. This is kind of working the opposite of how the game plan was, but you don't want to be put in a position where you have to block with everything.
Oh, this game is so weird.
This is one of the most bizarre games I think I've ever seen. But I feel like that's just Modern in a nutshell. Every time the game comes to these standoffs, something crazy starts happening.
Yeah, Modern is a weird format too, where this isn't necessarily what happened this game, but in a lot of games, both players are disrupting each other, and you just end up playing like these weird broken games. I don't feel like there was a ton of disruption on either side. It was just a thing that Karn did for the most part.
Yeah, it was just ensnaring bridge and forcing players to stand still. Ooh. That can always be a reason to do something. But I think the timing of that window is really going to matter. Yeah, this is not the turn to attack.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if this Ajani maybe should have come down because then that cat token could have been attacking.
Biopsy has drawn 3 Ugin's Labyrinths in a row. And so now for Lucas, this is a block with Seasoned Pyromancer. You're going to pull that back to get those 2 tokens. There's 3 blockers now on Biopsy's side. You have 3 creatures that are going to connect. Ocelot's Pride and Ajani in hand. Make that 2 prides.
Worth noting, too, that Worldbreaker has reach, so the Charmaw is held off, too. Yeah, if Lucas maybe just played his cards, it's possible he'd be able to Alpha Strike.
Chalice.
Oh, no.
Chalice can shut down the remainder of perhaps the last threat. So what is that last threat? He says it's 3 mana. Biopsy is pumping 6 into this Chalice of the Void. Wait. A pause.
Yeah, maybe
We're going for 1.
Molten Rain is the consideration there, but I guess your opponent is sitting on 3 cards. You're like, what's going on? And it could be Guide of Souls and Creature, maybe trying to create an army of flyers, perhaps. Also, it just shuts down, I think, the most cards in the deck, period.
Usually a good reason. We were talking about Gabriel and Asif earlier, and I'm seeing this Chalice come down right now. Luke is holding onto gas in hand. Very reminiscent of an old match that I recall.
Oh, I remember.
Gabriel Asif takes his entire time, it feels like. Chalice is for 0. Ben Stark left with a bunch of 0-cost cards in hand. Old match. It was Mirrodin block constructed, bro.
Yeah, that was 2004, I think.
An ancient match that was played.
Chalice of the Void.
Century.
Still good, though.
That is a legendary card. Not in its tag, but just of its power. Another land for Biopsy. He's drawn 4 out of 5 turns now a land. And the
there were many turns in a row where he drew gas. So
the guide is shut down from the Chalice. So Mobilize is in effect. You could take out 4 damage here, but that's it. That's the most you can deal.
Chalice checking. Doesn't work so well on Magic Online.
It's one of the things I love about Magic Online. I never have to remember my own triggers.
Yeah, it can create bad habits. You should try and remember them on your own, but
You're telling me right now that I should try to remember them when I'm remembering matches from like 2003?
one of those things is oddly easy to remember.
Your own cards, definitely, right?
Yeah. I say as someone who plays Mishra's Bauble a lot, and I don't know how many triggers I've missed. I'm sure it is a lot. I'm sure my opponents could tell me.
Lucas stands off, continues. All is dust gets drawn, and that is a huge draw.
That's massive. Finally get this game over with, but leaves B Hobbsy with only 6 minutes left for game 3.
That's why I took out the ensnaring bridge. Good timing. Good timing for the all is dust anyway.
Ensnaring bridge has never done anything good.
It's got great art.
It does have great art. Okay. You got me there.
I personally love ensnaring bridge. That is one of my favorites of all time. Look at Jerry's face. Look, that was the first rare from Stronghold that I opened, okay? I'm never going to forget.
I think that explains a lot. It explains a lot.
The stasis favorite and such.
Yeah,
wow,
no, I mean,
what a crazy game.
Strong card. Definitely not weak, but creates not ideal game states, I think. But, oh well. That's why we have
depends on who has the ensnaring bridge, I suppose.
Who added that game? And who won that game?
Exactly. That feels like an ideal game state to me, at least for B Hobbsy.
Make the game go on for a long time and slowly lose.
Take a look here at the main deck and sideboard. A lot of the one-ofs in sideboard are meant to be fetched with Karn, the great creator. Effective, the colorless wish for all of these cards that are available for them. And they all have a purpose. A lot of them are flexible, but a lot of them are very specific. We talked about Chalice of the Void and it being like whether or not it's a sideboard or a main deck. We talked about this too, siding out some of your useless tools, bringing in some of your one-ups from the sideboard that maybe you're not going to fetch with Karn. Chalice of the Void is definitely one of those.
Yeah, it is. And Chalice on 1 is obviously pretty solid against the Boros deck, and this deck can play it on turn 1. And also, by the time you Chalice on 1, most of the time, you will have deployed the only 1-cost cards that exist in your deck, which are the Utopia Sprawls. I guess there are Ancient Strings too, but either way, it's not going to affect you a lot.
So with that, now we roll into our third game of our grand final match here. Lucas at 5-0, B Hobbsy at 5-0. Lucas going to be on the play here with a full keep. So B Hobbsy now. This is a great looking hand.
I would be terrified of this hand if I was the Boros player in this spot. This is the nightmare fuel. Just what I imagine all of my ramp opponent's hands look like.
4 life gone from B Hobbsy, plus the 1 from the Fetchlian. But Ocelot's Pride is a tough one to handle. Oh, another Goblin Bombardment drawn.
That could end up being okay.
No. The
theory.
Kozilek's command here as well. You get to pack all his dust underneath. This is like you're bragging about how good your hand is.
I don't know. You may need the lab mana to cast all his dust, you know. I feel like generally that means that my opponent has a second all his dust, or that was the only card that they had.
I'm interpreting
either
it
way,
as the second one.
Yeah, either way, I need to get this game over with quick.
Lucas, I think, is thinking what the discard on this Pyromancer is. Do I use Arena of Glory for it?
I feel like that it kind of goes in a weird circular logic where it's like normally you wouldn't, but then because of this matchup, you're kind of incentivized to, but maybe because you're getting 2 more cards off the Pyro that you might want that mana for next turn, maybe you don't, but looks like Lucas is in there.
2 damage is 2 damage. Especially if your opponent paid 5 at the start. Shut you down on your first 2 turns of the game with 2 of your better cards, I would say. I think that Lucas has to be desperate at this point. You take the damage you can get when you can get it.
Yeah, I think so too, especially with how close that last game was.
Yeah, he was
And
so
Hobbsy
close.
down to 6. Just, a couple more Molten Rains. That would have been it.
Arid Mesa, but the Surveil land is in hand. So you don't get the option of the double thin, but Lucas doesn't necessarily need to use all the mana this turn. The question here is what are you going to do with this? Step number 1 is attack. I think that's the easy part.
It's definitely the easy part. And then certainly playing this Goblin Bombardment. And how many of these Eldrazi do you want to pick off? Because ideally you would
3, 4,
keep some amount of clock in play too. Just depends on how scared Lucas is.
So Surveil going to be a big part of this?
Very likely. Could certainly inform the decision on this turn.
I think you've got to hold your opponent below 7 mana.
Yeah, but then there's also a threshold at 6 with the Sowing Myco spawn.
I think that's the one you have to eat. Because you're sacking your whole board to stop Sowing Myco spawn here.
Yeah, and your opponent still gets to cast it too. It just means that your opponent doesn't get to also destroy your land.
Yeah.
So
I think I'm okay with him destroying my land.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. Losing Arena of Glory, not ideal. Keeps you off of 5 mana for returning a Seasoned Pyromancer, but your opponent's at 9 life. You have Bombardment. I think you are in the market to keep your 2/2 in play. But we'll see. Surveil could have yielded some interesting information. We don't know.
It's not an easy turn. This is the key turn right now for Lucas. His first 2 turns got picked off. Third turn was easy with the Pyromancer. This turn right here shapes the game.
Definitely agree with that. I think the Arena decision was pretty big too, and Lucas did end up going for it and was not punished. Pyromancered into just a bunch of lands and was still able to play the cards that he had.
Whoa.
Ooh, interesting.
Nothing.
No Bombardment, no picking off the Scions here. Maybe just trying to save this for a burst finish, but that also makes me wonder what that top card was.
I don't know, but that has to be a heck of a card if you're doing nothing.
Letting your opponent untap with 7 mana and just saying do your worst, but
Is it the bait because you have the static prison?
Could be some of that. Could just be that a Johnny rolled up is lethal, it looks like.
Oh my gosh.
So sacrifice the cat. Bombardment gets Hobbsy down to 8. A Johnny transforms. Now use the Johnny, make a cat. Plenty of red permanents. 4
And that's
upstairs.
it. So the key was not risking anything because you saw the Ajani was there.
Right. So the Surveil did inform a lot, because if you don't see a Johnny, maybe you do play out the Bombardment and then it gets World Breakered or whatever.
That is unbelievable. What a turn for Lucas. Sees the Ajani on top, knows that he's showing up. So don't risk the Goblin Bombardment. Don't let it get picked off. Game's over.
I love that.
6-0.
Just incredible sequencing.
That is a tough one to look at right there. If you're wondering why Goblin Bombardment is in the Boros Energy right deck, it is literally that play you saw right there. It's the power that it hosts with Ajani, and the fact that you need Ajani to also have a red permanent in play for that big effect to be taking place. So many times when I first started playing this deck, I was like, I gotta have that. I gotta have that. Over and over, it kept happening. I even tried to cut the Goblin Bombardments at one point to host the deck being stronger in the early game, and every single time, board got picked off, Ajani couldn't work. Every single time.
And another good argument for playing more Seasoned Pyromancers than you do Fable of the Mirror Breakers, too.
Wow. That is a great finish there for Lucas, showing exactly why this deck hosts the power that it does, and it's because of not only the consistency, but the explosive turns that it can have towards towards the end of it. Our standings are ready for this one now. We can take a look at them. Lucas, 6-0, taking home that first place prize that we have there. But we're looking at now the rest of this as we roll our way down, even down to the 4-2 record. It was an important note to this one. In our previous events for the Magic Online Creator Showdown, if you got 2 losses, you were eliminated from the tournament. That's no longer the case. If you started 0-2 and then put on a 4-0 run, you can now take home that 4-2 prize right there, all the way at the bottom. But my gosh, look at how stacked this was as we roll our way through the top. Skura, we saw him early in their event, putting up 5-1. Misplaced Ginger, coming in at 5-1 here as well. We saw B Hobbsy also just played this match right now, so close towards the end, except for that explosive turn that Lucas was able to put up on this one. This was just such a tournament to see rolling into Modern. I feel like this was a pretty good representation of not only sort of the refinement that exists within Modern, but also still some of the openness that exists with it as well. I mean, we saw 2 different Narset decks get played.
Yeah, also just a masterclass in how to play these decks from these players too.
Whew. This was so tight on some of the play. When I look back to the BFG versus Ritzy matchup that was right there, it was every single turn of the game. Both players felt like they were getting the maximum out of what was there. Every single turn.
Yeah, leading up until like turn 10.
That's crazy to get that much from it. It is very rare that you're able to get that with so much action and so much with it. So with that now, I want to remind you guys that we also have the more Magic action that's coming up with this one. You want to take a look at what's there. Tomorrow is the big one. That's really the one that I'm looking forward to right now, which is at 9 a.m. Pacific time. There is a big tournament that's coming up, the Magic Online Champion Showcase for 2025. This is the first season with it. Twitch.tv/Magic Online right here, over on YouTube at Official Magic Online. But not only that, with the starting tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific time, there's also going to be highlights posted. TikTok, over on YouTube, over on Instagram, at Official Magic Online is where you're going to find this at. So do not miss this tomorrow. This is the top of the top players we're talking about that are playing in an event like this. It is not easy to qualify. It's not easy to win this one either. If you want to know what you should be doing in Magic, what decks you should be playing, take a look at what these guys are playing, because it is the best that you could find on Magic Online right now. But not only that, there's plenty more that's going to be happening with this one. We have Magic that's streaming throughout the week, and that's a big one you want to be taking a look out for. It's not only the Creator Showdown, it's also a stream schedule for just more content creators. Meat and Dingo, they're going to be playing Constructed with their community engaging decks. That's going to be taking place on Wednesdays and on Fridays. And Oblivion is also with the educational news and all about what's happening for different formats, the tips and tricks that you can use to put in better time and better games for those. We understand not everyone has the time to just practice Magic, but I'll tell you what, Oblivion is there to help you out with this one. But not only that, Commander Cube, that's one that's hitting, and we're talking about not an experience that is duplicable outside of this. Coming to MTGO May 21st with this one. You can learn more about it May 15th, and that's the MTGO.com that's coming with this one. League is going to preview on May 19th and 20th, and if you are a Commander player, you like to draft, if you just like unusual formats, this is the one to do it with. Commander Cube, it's available on Magic Online. Preview at May 19th, and it actually comes live on May 21st. Do not miss that one. That's going to be happening there. And so with that, Jerry, that's a wrap up now to the Magic Online Creator Showdown. And I have to say that with Modern in effect, and with having you at the side here, I don't feel like anything was missed, aside from the fact that I called out some cards wrong at a couple times because I thought they were May effects when they actually weren't. Jerry, I want to hear your thoughts as we wrap up this event.
It's tough to get everything right over years and years of Magic's history. I will just say that. Maybe cut yourself some slack. But yeah, this was great. Boros remained on top, maybe to the surprise of no one. I probably should have seen that coming too, to be honest. But also, Skura at 5-1 with something new, something old with the Jeskai Narset deck. Also very cool. Shows that Modern is not just a Boros format. There is a lot of stuff going on, but maybe Boros is the easier mode, perhaps.
It feels a little bit more like riding a bike to play an aggro deck, but
it does.
The bike that you're riding, maybe not quite like the one you had a long time ago. It is very different. A lot more new intricate tools that are hosted in the deck. It's like a souped up bike. That's what it is. Like all the cards are so much better than they used to be. They are so much stronger. Maybe not, aside from Goblin Bombardment, that one's a pretty old one.
That one is just as good as it was, but was already very strong. So that one's
you need
okay.
a place to use the tools as well. And the Boros Energy is certainly a place to do that. A lot of Eldrazi decks, too. Different Eldrazi's all across the board. So kind of picking your favorite as we work our way to that one. So with that, Jerry, we're going to have to come to a close right here. Thank you so much for joining us for the Magic Online Creator Showdown for Modern. I couldn't think of a better fit for it right now. Thank you all for watching so much. We were thrilled to bring this event with you. I'm Nathan Zamora with Jerry Thompson with all the rest of the crew. Thank you again, and we'll hope to see you next time.